It is 9 a.m. and I will now call this meeting to order. I'll note that I have approved the remote participation of Vice President Bill Hanson under the board bylaws and 2.2-3708.3 B3 of the Code of Virginia because his principal residence is more than 60 miles from the meeting location. At this time, I would ask everyone to join me in a moment of silence. And the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the agenda as presented, please?
Move.
Second. All right, Ms. Kilgore. Ms. Holton.
Aye.
Dr. Siebert.
Aye.
Mr. Hanson. See if you can hear me. Okay, we'll move on. Ms. Ashton. Aye. Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Mr. Hanson. Thank you. Okay, and then staff has provided us with a draft of the minutes before the meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting as presented?
So moved.
Second. Ms. Kilgore.
Aye.
Ms. Holton.
Aye.
Dr. Siebert.
Aye.
Mr. Hanson.
Aye.
Ms. Ashton.
Aye.
Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. At this time, I would like to take the opportunity to formally introduce to the public one of the governor's most recent appointees to the Board of Education, Ms. Michelle Ashton. Ms. Ashton was unable to join us in our July meeting, but was with us in our special meeting in August. And Ms. Ashton is the founder and chief executive officer of Digital Pioneers Academy, which is a computer science focused charter middle and high school that launched in 2018. She has also served as the CEO of the Newark Charter School Fund and held senior roles with New Leaders for New Schools and the Knowledge is Power program and the New York City Department of Education. We're so grateful to have Ms. Ashton and her expertise as a part of our board now. And so if everyone would join me in welcoming Ms. Ashton, and would you like to take a moment to say a few words?
Sure. Well, thank you all for having me. Thank you for and you forgot the most important part, which is most important part of my bio is that I started as a special education teacher in Williamsburg, Virginia, and incredibly proud to come back to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. And so this morning, the board would also like to welcome members of the Virginia Department of Education's Aspiring Special Education Leadership Academy to the meeting today as our guests. Members are from a cohort 16, meaning this is the 16th year of the academy, which was established in 2008 with the purpose to influence the positive outcomes of Virginia students with disabilities by helping to identify and prepare potential leaders for future administrative positions in special education. As of August 2023, approximately 420 individuals have participated in the ASELA. The board would like to recognize Mr. Doug Cox, who leads this project for DOE in partnership with George Mason University. Mr. Cox.
Thank you very much.
Good morning,
Morning.
President Creasy, Dr. Coons, board members. It's always a pleasure for me to be here. We have been very grateful for ongoing interest in and support for our program by the Virginia Board of Education. And it's an absolute privilege for me to be here and to ask members of cohort 16 to stand, please, and be recognized. President Priestley shared a good deal of information in her introduction. A couple of things, though, that you might find of interest is every one of these folks are here because they were identified as potential leaders by their school division. They were nominated by their school division, and their nomination carried the endorsement of their local special ed director and their division superintendent. So we have about an average of 20 amazing individuals each year, for which I am very fortunate to spend with them all year as we talk about important issues related to special education leadership. From the 20 are selected from an average of about 60 applications per year. So it's a very competitive process. One of the other things that I'd like to share with you is beginning with cohort 7, we began a formal evaluation program by the use of an instrument which measures the confidence level of the members of the academy in a pre and post test basis. And after all of the years that we've been doing that, I'm happy to report that every single year there is a statistically significant increase in the confidence level of every member of the cohort and all of the factors that we look at. So I believe that I can say that it has been a successful program so far to help identify the shortage not only of teachers, but of special education leaders as well. So thank you again for having us, and thank you once again for your ongoing support for what we do.
Okay, we will move on to our public comment section of our meeting. As stated in the board's bylaws, it is the pleasure of the board to accept public comment on all matters related to public education in Virginia. We ask that you please provide your name and affiliation at the beginning of your comments. Speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. And if you were here last month, you've experienced our new timekeeping system. So you'll notice the timer on the screen. And so the screens begin at green, and then at 1 minute, your screen will turn yellow. And then when your time is up, your screen is going to turn red. When your time is up, please promptly close your remarks. Speakers may provide comments that are written or any other materials that you would like to provide the board to Mr. Joe Crook, who's here in the front. He's raising his hand. And the department's regulatory, and he is the department's regulatory and board coordinator. He just started this week with us. So we're doing a trial by fire thing here. You can also, of course, email any of your comments to Jim Chapman, who is our director of board relations. And so with that, I will begin with speaker number 1 on our list today, who is Wendy Little. Is Wendy Little here? Okay. Candace Lucas. Is Candace Lucas here? All right. How about Kathy Halverson? No? Tammy C. Mary Ann Jensen.
I'm here.
And after Mary Ann Jensen will be Amy Sneed.
Good morning. My name is Mary Ann Jensen, and I am the chapter chair of Moms for Liberty in Prince William County, Virginia. I want to share our support for the governor's model policy for transgender students, specifically the guidelines for athletics. It is no secret that outspoken female athletes like Riley Gaines have taken a bold stance in the fight to protect women's sports. The model policy supports and protects female athletes who have worked so hard to develop their own sports programs to showcase the incredible talents of women. We are all well familiar with Riley Gaines and the unfair treatment she received because of a biological male competing in her sport of swimming. However, these incidents are not isolated and limited to the high-profile cases. Have you heard about the female high school volleyball player in North Carolina who received a severe head injury after being hit by a spike from a biological male playing on the opposing team? Or the man identifying and playing as a woman who, in the very rough and high contact sport of rugby, injured 3 females during a game? Should we perhaps move on to the hockey game in Middleton, Wisconsin, where a female suffered a concussion after being checked by a substantially larger man identifying as a woman and playing on the opposing team? As a mother of 2 daughters, the incident hits very close to home, and these cases are happening in every sport across the country. In addition to my 2 girls, I am also the mother of 2 boys. When considering these policies, we must not forget how these impact our male athletes as well. I recently spoke with the Richmond area mother whose son is on their high school wrestling team, and she said, quote, "The governor's and Department of Education's new model policies are a welcome relief in many ways. Girls are participating in wrestling in increasing numbers. Far worse, however, is that girls are going into the locker rooms before, during, and after practices and matches with the boys and adult male coaches, assistant coaches, and trainers. The extreme discomfort of young men having young women present in these intimate spaces must not be discounted. Boys deserve privacy too. It is difficult enough to ask them to compete against a young woman in the most physical, close contact possible in athletics. But then they are forced, along with adult male staff, into the locker rooms and restrooms with them as well. The model policies need to be adopted at every school board level to provide the dignity and respect for all young student athletes by protecting intimate spaces based on their sex." End of quote. Our high school athletes deserve decisions that are based on their safety. The governor's model policy does just that, and we appreciate the strong stance both the governor's office, the Board of Education, and the Attorney General's office have taken to enforce these policies. We urge all counties to adopt and enforce the model policies as presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miss Amy Sneed.
Good morning. My name is Amy Sneed. I'm the chapter chair of Moms for Liberty in Bedford County, but also the vice chair of our statewide legislative committee. While you hear my voice speaking today, I'm representing the voices of hundreds of teachers from across Virginia who support Governor Youngkin's new model policy for students. Teachers whose voices are often drowned out or silenced by organizations who claim to represent them but do not. I'll be sharing quotes from teachers from across the Commonwealth, some whose school boards are refusing to comply with the newly instituted model policies, who so desperately wish they would. Case in point, a Prince William County teacher recently shared, quote, "Gender fluid students at the early elementary level in which I teach are an added behavior stress on the teacher and all students. School is first and foremost a place to learn. Our focus as educators needs to be solely on closing gaps and making achievements. We should not be tasked with balancing accepting rules that we, the teachers, don't fully understand or deem morally acceptable. The governor's policy allows us to do just that." A middle school teacher in Bedford County says, quote, "We are grateful for Youngkin's policy. As teachers, we have a lot to do. If we can just teach and put it back to the parents, we can go home with a sense of peace and normalcy. It takes a lot of pressure off of us not having to hide things from parents." From an educator in Loudoun County, quote, "Governor Youngkin's policies allow for teachers and most importantly, parents to be involved in the education and everyday interactions that go on with their child's school day. As an educator, I enjoy working alongside parents to help bring out the best of their child. I don't believe in lying to a child and telling them things that aren't true. I think if a teacher is not allowed to share with parents what's going on with a student in the school, there is a huge trust factor that's broken." Another Central Virginia teacher shared, quote, "I am personally very thankful that based on Governor Youngkin's model policy, I do not have to go along with pronouns a child may choose, one that goes against the truth of their biological sex. This policy is key to keeping experienced and capable teachers employed in our public schools. I can now continue to focus my efforts on what I love, educating and developing future citizens. I also firmly believe that our students, all of them, win with this policy. Whenever adults act like adults and guide children based on truth, children can also rest within proven boundaries and better set their hearts and minds on appropriate learning. We can do that now without worrying about compromising our own beliefs or being fired." A Lynchburg City school teacher states, quote, "We are placed in an incredibly uncomfortable situation when a student who is a minor asks us to call them by a certain name or pronouns when they're in school and a different one when we're talking to their parents. It violates my religious beliefs and makes me lie to parents. These are two things that are really upsetting to me, and I love that the new model policy removes those challenges for me. The difficulties that teachers and staff experience when their school boards do not adopt the model policy are tremendous because of the wall it builds between parents and staff. We should all agree that the relationship between parents and staff should be a bridge, not a wall. Our students, teachers, and staff deserve to be able to focus solely on education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Scott Brabrand, followed by Jawanda Fells.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Superintendent Coons and members of the Board of Education, congratulations, Ms. Ashton. My name is Scott Brabrand, and I'm the Executive Director for the Virginia Association of School Superintendents. VASS continues to appreciate the collaboration with Dr. Coons and her staff. We do respectfully, however, request that you refrain from voting today on any agenda items related to accreditation and accountability that are labeled first and final review. While we've been able to provide general input and ideas on the process this summer with Dr. Coons, this detailed proposal for a new accreditation accountability system and the three big decisions about this system you're being asked to make today were only made available to the public on Monday. There are many organizations and stakeholders that haven't had time to provide input. The public deserves the opportunity to carefully review and provide feedback on this significant change to how Virginia evaluates its students and schools. Nevertheless, VASS will offer its initial feedback, subject to the caveat that this new plan should be reviewed by applying our existing data to see how the impacts of this new system would differ among our students and our school divisions. We also want to better understand the link to the federal accountability system with this new system and what additional resource supports you all will provide to assist school divisions in implementing this system. So you're being asked to make three decisions today. Here is VASS's initial preference and rationale for each decision. First, decision point 1 on the achievement measure, index, or peer pass rate. Our VASS position is the index, the achievement index. Why? It allows schools to count the achievement of every child, and it also allows teachers to focus on every child in their classroom, not just focusing on those on the bubble for proficiency. Decision point 2 on your readiness indicators. Our VASS position there is, while we like the readiness indicators across all levels, we would advocate for removing the reading indicator from elementary and the math indicator from middle, because it's double counting in another category, an achievement indicator that already exists somewhere else. For the high school indicators, we like those, but we would advocate that the military readiness indicator would be best under college and career readiness because it is part of being college and career ready to join the United States military. Decision point 3 is around the accountability rating system, an overall or a summative rating for each category in a placemat-like format. Our position is a summative rating for each category in that placement level format. Why? It provides transparency for our students and schools better about how they're actually performing. And we believe VASS ASCD has said it's the best instructional approach. We'll send you some additional remarks about low proficiency, which is news to superintendents. We haven't seen that before. And we look forward to having many of you at our fall conference next month. Thank you very much.
Jawanda Fells, followed by Nancy Smith.
Good morning, President Creasy, Vice President Hanson, members of the Virginia Board of Education, and Dr. Coons. I am Dr. Jawanda Rollins Fells, and it is my honor to address you today as a member of the Board of Directors for the Virginia School Board Association. As the board continues to address the Commonwealth's accountability and accreditation system, the SBA respectfully asks this board to continue its tradition of hearing the items before it today on first review to allow education stakeholders more time to weigh into the options before the board and provide meaningful feedback on decisions that will have a lasting impact on the Commonwealth schools' children, parents, and communities. VSBA strongly believes in the importance of holding school divisions accountable for the education outcomes of students. We support an accountability system that utilizes the standards of learning to measure student achievement with the inclusion of state-approved authentic measures of student growth over time. Our president, David Woodard, delivered these remarks when he addressed the board this past June. I speak today specifically to the agenda item F and the use of a rating or summative method to communicate accountability results. Whether it is an A through F, a series of stars, or descriptive labels, the SBA is concerned that unless the rating system is used to drive resources and supports to students and schools in challenging environments, the label will do more harm to schools and increase the likelihood of the school not making needed strides in academic achievement. We're also concerned that the rating system will have serious consequences on a school division's ability to recruit effective educators, a negative impact on staff and student morale, and will harm the local community's financial prospects. We ask that the board consider these factors as they weigh their decision on communicating accountability results. Last week, the General Assembly adopted revisions to the 22-24 biennial budget, investing large sums of money to increase state dollars to fund SOQ supported positions, staff salary increases, and flexible spending for school divisions to use in combating learning loss and the implementation of the Virginia Literacy Act. VSBA thanks the General Assembly for these additional funds and looks forward to working with the Yonkin administration, the Board of Ed, and the Department of Education to ensure that the academic success of every public school student is achieved. Additionally, we thank the Board of Education and the Department of Education for their collaborative relationship with VSBA. We look forward to continuing this discussion as the board advances your work. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Nancy Smith, followed by Elena Espy.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Smith and I reside in Henrico County. I'm a 32-year veteran educator, having worked for a large school division of Virginia for the entirety of my career. I worked as a teacher, a clinical practitioner, and a program manager in the field of education for deaf and hard of hearing children. I work with committed teachers, administrators, therapists, and all of the wonderful auxiliary staff who keep the buses running, the lunch line moving, and the buildings clean. There have been dramatic changes since my retirement in 2011, and sadly, none of them for the better. While I could expound on what I believe has happened, none of that really matters now. It only matters that our schools are turned around and focused on the reasons that they exist, to educate our children. I'm grateful to the Yonkin administration for guiding Virginia schools towards a better future. The model policies that have been put forward put the privacy and safety of our children back in the hands of parents. I sincerely hope that they lead us back to the common sense that is so desperately needed in our schools and our communities. Those school divisions who have pronounced their plan to defy the governor's policies must be condemned in the strongest terms possible. Schools belong to communities and to families and not to bureaucracies. I worked within a bureaucracy. I understand how bureaucracies work, and it's so important that they are returned to families and children. I applaud your efforts and urge you to continue to take a strong stand in the name of thousands of children in Virginia schools who depend on this administration to make a course correction, bring about important change, and once again reinstate excellence in Virginia schools. Thank you.
Elena Espy, followed by Melvin Adams.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? My name is Elena Espy. I'm a mother and a candidate for school board in Henrico County. First, I would like to congratulate you on delivering stronger math standards. This is how we change the trajectory of math learning and meet the needs of each and every one of our students. Next, thanks to you and the governor for all in Virginia. Combating learning loss resulting from the COVID years is a top priority for me personally.
We know that absenteeism has doubled since 2018 and that reading and math scores have plummeted and failed to recover in that same timeframe. Your plan to combat absenteeism and infuse our schools with high-quality instructional staff and tutors is going to make a significant difference in our students' outcomes. I would like to address the new model policy on ensuring dignity and respect for all students. This is a common sense and practical guide for how to implement the law. Aside from addressing discrimination and harassment and giving all students an equal opportunity to feel safe in their school environment, this is a tremendous step forward in ensuring transparency between students, teachers, and parents, which is a goal of all school personnel, parents, PTAs, including myself. Parental involvement in education is not only a right, it's a responsibility, and empirical evidence demonstrates that parental inclusion in a child's education is the #1 predictor of success. I have deep concerns, however, about the implementation. We've already heard multiple school districts refusing to adopt the policy, while others still have yet to acknowledge the policy. Throughout my campaign, I've spoken with hundreds and hundreds of parents. No matter what side of the political fence, they all have one thing in common, and that's that they do not want teachers or administration keeping secrets. While I applaud Attorney General Miyares' reiteration that the policy is the law, we as parents lack practical pathways for ensuring our school systems are implementing this policy. This phenomenon was evident during efforts to implement COVID policies, and they continue today. Suing a school board is simply not a realistic option for most, if not all, parents. It's really a luxury reserved for only the most wealthy and educated. I'm asking you today to consider stronger oversight for school boards who do not swiftly implement policies, because as long as the policy goes unimplemented, the health and safety of our students continues to be at grave risk. And while the impact to children is very obvious, let's talk about teachers for a moment. During my campaign, I've also been spending a lot of time with teachers, learning more about their motivators and wishes. It's clear to me that when administration doesn't comply with laws, teachers also suffer. They lack direction and often find themselves in crosshairs between parents and administration. And unhappy teachers quit. So let's not let the problems continue to be exacerbated by political posturing. The stakes are too high. Thank you all for your hard work, and let's keep up the momentum.
Melvin Adams, followed by Noel Pack.
Good morning. My name is Melvin Adams. I'm the founder and president of Noah Webster Educational Foundation. I'm here to speak on behalf of citizens, both parents and educators in the Commonwealth. I'll speak briefly up to 2 points and then give some perspective. First, the governor's model policies. The feedback we are getting is that a strong majority who are aware of the policies support them, especially the focus in athletics where participation is to be based on the student's sex. This policy is reassuring to many concerned parents and students. The challenge we are all facing right now is where some districts are refusing to comply. It's unhealthy. It is hard for administrators and teachers to work and for parents and students to have clarity if the model policies are not implemented by their local school boards. We all hope that these matters can be resolved quickly. Second, the new math standards. I wish to commend you on developing more vigorous math standards for Virginia schools. Higher expectations lead to higher performance and outcomes, which lead to opportunities and careers for our students and a stronger future for the Commonwealth. Critical fields like engineering and many sciences and technologies are highly dependent on advanced mathematics. These fields impact our prosperity and our national security. The losses we have experienced in recent years have put us in a place of potential jeopardy. We must excel in math. It is our future, along with the foundational ability to read, another area that needs critical attention. But thank you for your work and leadership. Third, a little perspective. Boards, administrators, and teachers who stand between students and parents are on the wrong side of history. Many recent surveys indicate this reality across all political parties. Last week, a national survey was done by the Pacific Policy Institute. It shows that voters want school boards to listen to parents and focus on what public schools have historically been tasked to do by raising student achievement in math, reading, and other core subjects. When asked why so many voters rated their local school boards unfavorably, and they could select more than one choice, 59% said they are focusing on the wrong goals. 55% said they don't listen enough to parents, and 55% said they are trying to promote an ideology or personal agenda. There are many interesting insights resulting from the survey, but when asked what school boards should do, the top 3 priorities voters gave as their first choice was: first, listen to parents, 21%. Second, focus on improving student achievement, 19%. Third, listen to teachers and district leaders, 13%. Communities expect more from their schools.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry. Time has expired. Noel Pack, followed by David Rudman.
Think I'll need this. Dr. Coons, members of the board, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here today. My name is Noel Pack with Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. HMH is a trusted partner with the Virginia Department of Education at many school divisions across the state. We provide resources that align with the Virginia standards of learning and many services to our partners, including professional development for state initiatives, sponsoring professional conferences, and supporting other educational organizations. The reason I'm here today is to voice my concern, or our concern, for the proposed escalated timeline for math textbook adoptions. To be clear, we support the new standards and the focus on high expectations, but we also believe that this rush in submission of materials could have a negative ramifications on the students and teachers of Virginia. We respect your decision to move up the timeline if that's what you vote to do today. However, we humbly request that if in fact the decision today is made to move forward with the timeline, that you respectfully keep the bid process window open to encompass the original timeline as well. We know that there may be some misconceptions that the new Virginia standards are similar to Common Core, so national programs would simply match. However, there are many differences that call for new lessons at every grade level and modifications for assessments and differentiation. Let me ask you, don't you want a true Virginia-specific program? The newly proposed timeline will surely limit options and quality. Because we listen to our divisions, we also know that teachers and students value print resources. More time is needed to focus on alignment, accuracy, and make sure that we embed pedagogy that follows the goals of the new standards. Currently, many divisions in Virginia are in the process of evaluating ELA programs due to the Virginia Literacy Act. And our current state contract with math in Virginia does not expire until 2025. 95% of all school divisions in Virginia that purchase math curriculum have paid subscription contracts that until at least 2025 and beyond. Most divisions will not be purchasing math in 2024. The new timeline is calling for the evaluation review committee to also take place during the holidays. I'd just like to point this out because I feel like we're going to miss out on some of your best reviewers because of that commitment. In closing, please remember that the approved standards were released just 3 weeks ago on August 31st. I know you want the best options for teachers and students. Please consider allowing us more time to provide what Virginia teachers and students deserve. Thank you all so much for your time.
David Rudman, followed by Catherine Fulton. Is David Rudman here? Catherine Fulton. Carol Nice.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Carol Nice. I'm a parent, grandparent, citizen, and voter in Fairfax County. But my engagement with Fairfax Public Schools stretches way back to over 50 years ago when my family moved to Virginia when I was in the 4th grade. My husband is also a graduate of Fairfax County Public Schools, as are 4 of our 6 children. So I guess you could say that we have some skin in the game. And I've noticed changes through the years, most markedly a dramatic lessening in the time and attention that's spent, I guess, on what I'll call core academic subjects, and a much greater focus on what I'll call identity issues. When the Virginia State Department of Education released the model policies in July, I was hopeful that these policies would kind of lighten the load of the FCPS school board because they would have policies that they could go on and they could renew their focus back to the academic endeavors in the classroom. I was encouraged to see that the model policies considered over 70,000 public comments submitted during the comment period, as well as over 9,000 comments submitted in 2021 in preparation for the earlier guidelines. As such, these 2023 guidelines are truly reflective of what the citizens of Virginia would like to see in public schools. However, just a month after the guidelines were issued, the superintendent of Fairfax County Public Schools issued a community letter making it known that FCPS would ignore the 2023 policies. Honestly, this didn't come as much as a surprise. I've been watching FCPS cavalierly ignore many concerns expressed by a majority of parents and citizens for years. The brevity of this time period doesn't allow me to go into details, but I could. Suffice it to say, FCPS's tendency to enshrine the desires of a tiny minority over majority rights continues to be baffling. Anyway, my comments today are to express gratitude to Attorney General Mayorkas for his very thorough analysis of the 2023 model policies and his conclusion that the policies comply with applicable federal and state civil rights laws, and to express my dismay and disappointment with FCPS and others' disregard for what's truly best in students' and parents' rights. FCPS not only acts as if it's above the law, but by ignoring these model policies has in effect deemed itself as a de facto arbiter of issues well beyond their wheelhouse. By willfully hiding important information that could affect a child's physical, psychological, and emotional well-being, FCPS is playing a dangerous game. Local school officials are not in the position to act as medical diagnosticians or to take over the natural rights of parents to work with
Thank
their
you, ma'am.
children on important issues.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. So I will go back just quickly since we're at our list, the end of our list. Is Wendy Little here? Candace Lucas? Kathy Halverson? Tammy C. How about David Rudman? Or Catherine Fulton? Okay, is there anyone else in the public this morning that would like to speak before we close the public comment section? Okay, thank you very much. All right. Okay, so we will move to our consent agenda this morning. Can I have a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda, please?
Moved. Second.
Ms. Kilgore?
I'm sorry, this is the consent agenda?
Yes.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore?
Ah,
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, we are moving to item B. And that will be Dr. Sorensen. Do we need to have a presentation?
Right. I don't. There she is.
Okay, good.
Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Sorensen.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, board members. Thank you for having me. As requested at last month's board meeting, we thought we would come back and present for the board members an overview of the state textbook approval process so that we could ask the board for permission to move forward with the textbook adoption process for mathematics. As you remember last month, we thank you again for your approval of the new mathematics standards. But in moving forward, we do need your approval. Looking back at policy and procedure, the board has to grant us approval to move forward in adopting materials. Next slide, please. Okay, so just walking you through, again, won't read the slides to you, but here is the policy and general process, but wanted to acquaint everybody in the room with, it starts with the board granting us approval to move forward. And that starts today, outlining that the board gives us approval to move forward. And then VDOE will initiate and invite publishers to submit textbooks for review. We will create review committees of 12K educators from across the Commonwealth. And we already have committees forming as we speak. And we already have 24 educators that we are working with to do standards implementation. We do have an honorarium that we are offering our educators to work with us on this. Our publishers will receive evaluations and can respond to the committee's reviews and recommendations, so on and so forth. But the Code of Virginia here is outlined for not only the public, but the board members. That will also then allow our school boards and our school divisions to not adopt things that are on the list if they don't like the things that we so choose, giving our school divisions the autonomy to do what they need to do in order to have high quality instructional materials in front of their teachers. One of the things that we feel is essential in this process, we know that our teachers are very overworked. We know that our teachers are very stressed. We talked about that last time. We also know that the research says that our teachers are spending between 12 and 15 hours a week planning. So getting high quality instructional materials in front of our teachers so that they can plan the very best lessons for our young people aligned to our standards is essential. And so escalating the process, accelerating the process so that we can get the very best materials in front of our teachers so that they can get the very best materials in front of our kids is essential. And so again, I thank the board for pushing us to bring this in front of you as soon as possible so that we could ask your permission to engage in the process. And so the next slide that I bring before you is the proposed sample timeline and detailed steps in the process that outlines for you that if the Board of Education were to approve the textbook schedule, here it is outlined for us that if approved today, we would engage immediately in the process. We already have heard from educators who want to engage in the process with us, again, from across the Commonwealth, and multiple school divisions reaching out saying, yes, we want to be a part of it. Yes, we want to engage. We want our voices heard. We also have heard from, but not engaged with, I want to be very clear, and multiple textbook vendors saying we are ready to step up. We are ready to do what is right for Virginia, knowing that the standards have changed. And so again, not engaged with any of them, as you know, that would not be a part of the process, but we have had multiple vendors reach out saying that they are excited about our new standards. So this is the timeline that we are proposing, and then we would come back before the board in March with recommendations that we would put before you to say, here are the highest quality materials that align with our standards, asking for the board to give us permission to vote on said textbooks. And by textbooks, again, we mean electronic materials, supplementary materials, intervention materials, all types of materials that would support our teachers in implementing the new standards. Also, what was given to the board was the timeline, a flow chart, and this is also available for the public to see and was available on the public website. And so without belaboring the point, I will close for questions from the board.
Okay, at this time, what I would like to do is, before questions, I'd like to have a motion on the table. I'd actually like to have a discussion and not questions, because we did hear this. We did have a conversation about this last month.
As part of the discussion, will we have a chance to ask questions?
Of Dr. Coons, and she can decide whether or not she'd like Dr. Sorensen to answer them. So, as part of how we move on here, can I get a motion to waive first review and authorize the department to proceed with the review of the K-12 mathematics textbooks?
Second.
Okay, so we can have discussion now. Would anybody like to make a comment? Questions?
I do have a couple of questions, and whether this is for Dr. Coons or Dr. Sorensen or whom. we heard from one of our major publishers this morning in public comment that the timeline is too fast and will raise concerns about alignment, accuracy, and quality. And will limit the ability to have this be a true Virginia aligned textbook round. There's also a public comment from a smaller publisher, Math Space, I believe, echoing those concerns. So my question is twofold. What is your response to that? And have we had any assurances from publishers that they can meet this timeline?
So, yes, while not engaging with publishers, because we cannot do that if we are going to engage in RFP processes. And we have heard from multiple publishers that they are excited to work with Virginia, that they can meet the new Virginia standards. They are excited to customize their materials to the new Virginia standards, and they are very much looking forward to working with Virginia.
If I may, that doesn't say that they're able to meet our timeline. And we heard from, I think, Huffman Mount Mifflin, I think is one of our major publishers who told us this morning that they can't. Do you have any response to the concerns?
Ms. Holton, I'll answer that. We are not allowed to engage with publishers at this point in time. We are asking the board to let us move forward with the proposed timeline and move forward with that. We cannot engage with publishers before you give us permission to move forward to answer the kinds of questions. There are multiple publishers other than Holton Mifflin and Math Space. We have not heard this concern from the myriad of other publishers available in this space at this time.
What's your response to their concern? I mean, how, we haven't heard from the others about the timeline specifically. And the two that we've heard from about the timeline.
I'm going to repeat what I said. We cannot engage with publishers at this point in time because we have not had permission from the board to move forward with that process.
But that doesn't mean we can't address here the concerns that were raised in public comment today. And I guess I'll go to a second question, which is, what feedback have we gotten from our local partners, School Board Association and Superintendent Association, specifically about whether this timeline is workable?
We are asking the board to waive the process to start the timeline.
Dr. Coons, I assume, yeah, we did
Mr.
hear,
Rotherham?
we did hear from two publishers. We didn't hear from lots of others, which if this was obviously a commercial concern for a lot of them, they would get to Richmond and they would let us know, or they'd submit electronic comments. I assume we're not a minor state in the market. And so like the fact that they're not here, I do think that is significant. I don't intend no disrespect to the ones who did come, but it's too of a large market. I just assume, I just want to be clear, this timeline, if it did prove unworkable for some reason, that if we take this action today, we could then address down the road if something that is unforeseen comes up. It does not seem like a enormous foreseen challenge. Is that accurate?
As Dr. Sorensen said, we have over 24 educators helping us with this process, and we are really working shoulder to shoulder with those educators and using their voice and their support. If we get into a space where the educators don't feel like there is a marketplace for good materials for the Virginia Commonwealth and the students that they serve, we would definitely come back to the board.
Absolutely.
Dr. Siebert?
I appreciate the timeline, and I'm just trying to figure out where are the actual hard mileposts in this. So for example, there's an opportunity for publishers to respond in January. Then obviously we receive the first review in February. So does that really kind of mean January is the hard stop to have your materials
So we have, yes, so we have actually on here, so the last date, we would publish it more concretely as we move through. We were waiting to get approval today. So for example, our internal document that we then will make public, for example, the last date for publishers to submit is November 22nd, right before the holidays. The last day for review, then we would make public once we get the reviews in, and those dates would become more concrete. So when you say what are the hard deadlines, those would become, say, for example, January 2024 evaluation committee meets for consensus reviews with DOE. So we would say, for example, and again, this is just an example, January 31, right? So those dates would become hard milestones that we would set with the committee as to what was doable for them, knowing that they are educators in the field, and we want to respect what is also doable for them.
Dr. Seabair, you also see that publishers are given the opportunity to respond in January, which allows another opportunity for them to come back and make revisions. And of course, as Mr. Rotherham mentioned, if we're seeing at that point that materials, there's not a threshold in the marketplace for school divisions at that point, of course, we would come back and revise that timeline.
Madam President.
Please.
Thank you for that clarification. I think, so what I think, just checking my understanding here, is that if I'm a publisher and November, we're not ready, we could bring a better product back in January.
Absolutely.
Based on the opportunity to have a review.
And they also have the opportunity, once they get feedback from us, to also revise and review.
President.
Mr. Rotherham.
To clarify, I think that's what the gentleman this morning was asking for is exactly what Dr. Siebert just described, an ability to, that we're going to keep this open. You can also come in. If I heard him correctly,
Absolutely.
it seemed like that was what we're doing was precisely what he was asking for if we weren't going to accommodate the specific request from this particular vendor.
By way of discussion, I heard him saying.
Ms. Holton.
Thank you. What I heard him saying is that the timeline is unworkable and we need to make adjustments. And I am not comfortable moving forward with one of our major publishers without having that addressed. It's not that there might not be an answer, but I haven't heard an answer yet. And I'll just say by way of finishing my comments and that this is another example of us doing first and final. And I understand the reason to do first and final this time, but I will just point out that that means that the public, publishers, et cetera, these matters were posted, I believe, Friday midday for the public to see. And we have numerous comments that have come in addition to the publisher. We have a handful of comments, excuse me, that have come in raising this concern, including from some administrators. And I also saw in reviewing the public comments that we had over 200, I think it was, comments come in last month that we never got to see before we made a decision on the math standards, raising issues about the front matter, because we're doing things on such a rush basis, introducing new material and not giving the public an adequate opportunity to weigh in. And it's a concerning pattern. And for all those reasons, I'm not able to vote yes on this today.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
That's the
Mr.
point
Rotherham.
of clarification, because the point Ms. Holton raises is important. I think he said, we don't like this timeline, but if you keep it open, if you're going to go with this timeline, keep it open, which is what we're doing. If I understood his comments this morning. All right, Amber.
Dr. Northern.
How many, and this is a different comment, how many books are typically made? What's the average of books that are approved on a list typically for districts to choose from?
I would say anywhere from 15 to 40.
Okay, so it's a broad range
It's
of
a broad
flexibility and for them to choose from.
Absolutely. And then we also look at various grade bands. We look at a K-5, we look at a middle school, we look at high school, and then high school is also by specific course.
Okay, thank you.
Crazy.
Ms. Ashton.
I would be concerned if we do not move forward. Teachers need materials. We just raised the standards. Teachers are eager to serve our scholars, and if we don't move forward with materials, we will be setting teachers up for failure. And so I support moving forward.
Any other questions or comments on this topic?
Just to be clear, I'm all for getting started. I'm
Consultant.
just not in favor of getting started on a process that's not realistic and hasn't been vetted with our key partners, both local partners and commercial partners.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, so we're gonna call for the vote. This again, to reiterate the motion, is to waive first review and authorize the department to proceed with the review of K-12 mathematics textbooks. Ms. Kilgore, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Ms. Holton?
No.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so item C is Mr. Chapman. You have something to present to us?
Just a very quick introduction. Thank you, President Creasy, Vice President Hanson, members of the board, Superintendent Coons. This item is a relatively routine item that comes before the board. This is appointments to the board's advisory committees. As you might recall, the board has 6 advisory committees that help it with its work. We have a couple of those that are created by statute, the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure, the Early Childhood Advisory Committee, one that's required by federal legislation, or the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which is the State Special Education Advisory Committee, which you'll hear from later. And then in addition, the Virginia Advisory Committee for the Education of the Gifted, the Adult Education and Literacy Advisory Committee, and the Advisory Committee for Career and Technical Education. Back in July of this year, the department solicited nominations for a number of these committees. What we have for you to do is today is 8 appointments that have been vetted by the by staff for the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure, who are named in this board item. We are asking that you would waive first review and approve these nominations so that these members can start on the ABTEL committee, which I believe has a meeting coming up later in September.
Okay, and so can I get a motion to waive first review and approve the recommended nominees to the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion on this item? Ms. Kilgore, how do you vote? Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, at this time, I'd like to take about a 10-minute break if we can, please. Thank you. Mr. Chapman, are you starting us off on this item or?
We're on item D.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, I'd really like to take a couple minutes to introduce these next three items and to give you some context for members of the public who may not have kept track of this board's special meeting on August the 31st. The board, as you know, many of you have engaged with us on different elements of this process, but you know that we have been talking for quite some time about accreditation and accountability for the better part of a year. And we've been focusing especially on the complexity and lack of transparency of our current accreditation system. The fact that it does not seem to be measuring schools well relative to student performance and its uniqueness relative to those systems that are used in other states. So on August 31st, 2023, this board unanimously decided to move forward with the notice of intended regulatory action so that we could finally convert our discussions into action. We adopted a broad NORA as we indicated to staff at our July meetings. This is going to be a year-long process that is steeped in opportunities for public comment and stakeholder input. But the process had to start somewhere. And I think that many of us on the board were kind of tired of talking and ready to get some action going here. And so then the next three items are all important discussion points that we really need to have in order to direct staff to do the work that we've asked them to do. Dr. Coons and I have had many discussions about how this work must proceed. And without these big picture decisions, we cannot move forward. I wanted to say that this all is an introduction to make sure that the public knows how to understand these next three items, sort of in the context of how we're going to proceed with these and how they fit into our regulatory work and start setting a stage for additional decisions like these that we will be making over the next few months. And so I will now turn over to Mr. Aldman for a presentation.
Thank you, Madam President. It's good to see you all again. Got some slides to help frame the conversation today, and then we will talk about some options potentially. So start with some overall guiding principles. We've talked about these before, but the first principle is a North Star is high expectations for every student. We want to have a transparent system that provides actionable information for people to act on. We want to prioritize getting every student to proficiency and mastery. We want to make sure we build trust between schools, parents, and students. And we want to have stakeholder input. As Madam President said, we will have a process to include stakeholder input along the way. I want to have a timeline here. Maybe Superintendent Coons, do you want to go through where we've been and where we're going?
So I think Madam President spoke a little bit about the length of conversation that this board has had around the past accountability and accreditation system, and started in October with the board having presentations even before I got here about from leading national experts. From February to August, the board participated in multiple working sessions, multiple conversations, multiple thought partnership. In September 2023, that's today, the board will discuss parts of the NORA that they asked us to start on in August. So moving forward, we hope that a lot of the conversation as part of the regulatory process that Mr. Chapman's going to talk through will happen between October and May, talking about the board reviewing the results of those public comment and moving forward with that regulatory process June through July, and then moving forward with different regulations in 24, 25. And then could you click for me? Yes. That would mean that the data collection would start next year, but the actual process, if moved at a clip and a speed, the fastest the process would start for regulatory action would be a new accountability and accreditation system. Accountability system per your conversation last month, August 25 through the 26 school year. So want to clarify that this has been a process of conversation, as Madam President spoke to, a lot of conversation, a lot of presentations. Over July and August, there are new board members and there was an important opportunity for everyone to get caught up to speed and have conversations and have presentations. In August, you asked us to move forward with the regulatory process. Today's opportunity is for Chad to continue to clean that up and move forward. And I've asked Mr. Chapman just to step in and remind us of the presentation in July and the length of a NORA and all of the public engagement that goes into that process. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Chapman.
Dr. Coons. Yeah, so as you can recall, where we are right now in this particular action is this is part of the standard regulatory action. This is the full longest, part of the regulatory development process in Virginia. As Dr. Coons mentioned, what the board requested of staff on August 31st was that we open up a notice of intended regulatory action. So we've taken that NORA, we have moved that to the Virginia Regulatory Town Hall, and it is currently in the process. And as a reminder, that notice of intended regulatory action is exactly what it says. It is the notice, is the official announcement from this board, in addition to the board meeting, to the regulatory world, the regulatory community, that the board is about to start an action. And that's what it is. We are about to start an action. We are starting an action. Here's what we're doing. And that will include its own 30-day public comment period. That period has not started yet. It will be, coming up in the coming weeks, once it clears the executive branch review process, the NORA does, and then it will get published in the Virginia Register of Regulations. So the public, in addition to, commenting, right now in these items, will have the opportunity to comment very specifically on the NORA that you approved during this public comment period for that stage. But then there are a lot of other stages to this process, 2 more to be precise. And the important one, as we discussed during the regulatory training in July, is the proposed stage. That is, once the NORA has finished, those public comments have been compiled, we will go into an extensive development period where stakeholders are engaged. And when we're in the process of bringing to you, and this will happen, in my understanding, normally on 2 reviews, we will actually bring you the proposed text. So part of that stakeholder development is going to say, we're doing a regulatory action, but eventually we have to put it down on paper and let folks know exactly what's going to happen. So the board will have an opportunity to review that. And in addition to the comments that you will receive at the board meetings, when those come as items before you, there will then be a specific 60-day public comment period on the Virginia Regulatory Town Hall once that you have approved that text. So even that process has a 60-day public comment period. After the proposed stage has closed, the item will then come back to you again for a final stage. So board staff, department staff will compile all the comments that we've received at the proposed stage, anything else that has come into the department in that time, and you will be able to see the text that we approved. How does that line up with the stakeholder input that we received even before we approved text? And then you will be able to make the decision at that time whether there are additional changes that you would like to make in order to account for public comment, or whether you think that this text is really ready to move forward as it was approved at the proposed stage. Once the final stage makes it and is approved by the board, it then goes back to the Virginia Regulatory Town Hall and will be subject to another 30-day public comment period. So, this is the long process that is again steeped in public comment, to use President Creasy's word. There's a lot of opportunities for stakeholder involvement. We are right at the beginning of that phase on this particular action.
And Mr. Chapman, if you could just remind us about the specifics of that NORA, that the board did request public hearings to be conducted.
That's correct.
So could you please explain that part again, just for the public's, just to make sure that we're informing the public of that, because it may not be specifically spelled out here, but we want to make sure that we're bringing that again to the attention of not only this board, but also the public.
Thank you, President Creasy. And as President Creasy mentioned, part of that NORA process, what was approved was that there would be public hearings following the proposed stage. So in addition to the opportunity for the 60-day public comment period, in a manner similar, I think undecided at this point, will probably be proposed as part of the proposed stage when item comes to you. But in a manner similar to the SOL public hearings, we will have additional opportunities to move around the state in virtual formats and maybe some others, as the idea is where the public will be able to comment specifically on the regulations.
I ask a clarifying question in response to on the topic you just raised.
Ms. Holton?
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Can you go back to the slide before the timeline slide? Can you help me understand where in this process we are anticipating the proposed regs being voted on, and then when that public hearing stage would be?
Dr. Coons?
Yeah, I'm fine with Jim answering this question.
I do think a lot of that depends on the development process and where it moves forward. If the goal is to have these approved in August, then I think we would be looking at the latest to have a proposed stage that's developed sometime within the first 2 quarters of next year.
So between January and June would be the proposed stage.
Correct.
And then the final stage would be when?
Well, again, that's largely dependent on the proposed stage and, the public comment that's received in that time period. If it's moving as quick as it can, then, if the board is very comfortable with the product that it has at the proposed stage, then, the board can move right into the final stage.
After the 60 days.
That's correct.
Public hearings.
And of course, board meetings, because it has to come back before you at a regularly scheduled meeting or at a scheduled meeting. Yeah.
Dr. Siebert?
Chapman, I'm pretty sure of my understanding here, but I'm going to ask this question to help check it for everyone else involved. So those who have examined the materials for today understand that we're looking at option this and option that and option this. So if you clarify for the public, obviously we have to have a reasonable amount of specificity to move forward with the proposed stage, but that some of these options were not exclusive points at this point in time.
I'm happy to answer that. I think these are, and what Chad is going to present today and what Chad, Katie, Shelley, and the team have worked very hard to do and appreciate their hard work, is to continue to take the conversations from the board each month and put them into discussion slides from following conversations. So last month you gave us clear discussion and decisions for us to have more conversation, and the board has been wonderful at asking us to bring continued points, continued presentations, such as Dr. Armstrong's presentation and Dr. Solari's presentation, to continue to inform this board as you make your conversations more concrete. We've been asked to bring more options for the board, and those options for discussion and model are what is in front of you with Chad's presentation today.
Please.
Thank you, Superintendent. I think we have had to move swiftly on a number of topics, so that's where the first and final review conversations have happened at different meetings. But the peace of mind I've been trying to share with individuals in the field is at this juncture, because we have this nearly 18-month process ahead of us, nothing that we're doing today is exclusive of good ideas that come in the months ahead.
You and I have had similar field conversations recently and have said the same thing, that the importance of today is to move this conversation from just the board and move it into the regulatory process that has been established by our governing bodies, to make sure that we are having plenty of conversation in the field, and to move it more into formal conversation and have extensive opportunity for the field to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Great. So, excuse me, it's my job to keep facilitating the conversation on substance to keep us moving forward. If you have any process questions, I would defer them to Superintendent Coons or Jen. All right, so let's start just a quick overview of the current accreditation system. It is what I would call a rules-based system. So performance levels are assigned to each of the indicators, and a school can get a level 1, a level 2, or a level 3. And then the accreditation status flows from those indicators and those levels. And so theoretically, any school could be identified if it was particularly low performing on any one indicator. We've had a lot of this right now with chronic absenteeism, with state. And so there's a lot of concern that chronic absenteeism could suddenly trigger a lot of schools being identified. That's what I would call the rules-based system that the current accreditation system uses. We're going to talk today about a different type of system, an index-based system or a mosaic that we've had the term last time, that is more of a weighting-based system. So one indicator wouldn't necessarily drive a school's ultimate rating. There could be, it's sort of a balanced approach of across different performance indicators. The other thing to start out as a framing context is that Virginia's accreditation system has a summative rating. We're going to use this term a few times today. Summative, I think, has a connotation in the field, but Virginia has a summative rating. It's just called accreditation. So right now, 90% of schools are accredited and 10% of schools are accredited with conditions. That is a summative rating. The law actually requires Virginia to have some sort of final determination. We're going to talk about what that could look like today in the way that schools are evaluated. All right, so last time we talked about the indicators. We're going to keep diving in on some of the indicators today. We're going to dive in first on the achievement indicator. This is the performance of how students are doing. We talked about two different approaches last time, and we narrowed in on two approaches. The first one I'm going to talk about is what's called an achievement index. So this is an example from Ohio. We talked about this last time. I'm going to bring it back because we have some data to show you about the sort of impacts of using accountability index, achievement index. Just to go briefly into how that works, Ohio has performance bands and they give different weights based on where students are in the performance band. And they give smaller increases from students who aren't tested at all. If they go to limited or basic, they get 0.3 more points. If they jump up to proficient, they get 0.4 extra points. And then there's a small extra bonus if students go into the accomplished advanced or advanced plus performance bands. The one thing I'll note is that Virginia has fewer performance bands than Ohio. So just keep that in mind when we're talking about applying this sort of system to Virginia. We would probably want to use fewer bands, but it's just to give some example of how it works. The other thing I'll make a fine point here is that the tests not taken, Ohio gives that a 0, and that's going to have some important implications for what's happening for the results. So they give some credit just for students who take, even if they score at the lowest level, they give some credit for that to sort of encourage participation among all kids. All right, so these are the results of Ohio. It's a scatter plot that shows on the x-axis is the index points that a school earns based on the index I just showed you, and the y-axis is the percent proficient. And if you look at these two lines, they're very highly correlated. The correlation is above 0.99, so they're very closely related. There are a couple differences between them. The main outliers are schools with very low participation rates. So if you look at some of the schools that I've circled in red there, the difference is schools that did not test large portions of their kids. Once schools that did test, they started to fall more in line with others. But if they did not test them, some of those had 35% non-participation rates, which are some of the ones at the far left, the outliers there. The other implication here is that two schools could theoretically look different on proficiency rate, but still look similar on the index. So what could an achievement index look like for Virginia? These are hypothetical theoretical weights. These are not anything that we're proposing as final weights to talk through, but just to show you what they could look like. Example 1 would be sort of an achievement weighted indicator index that gives 0.5 for students who reach basic, 1 for students who reach proficiency, and 1.5 for students who reach advanced. If you think about schools and students in the school, you can see of how we relate, and this school on the left would get 75 points on that index. If they did a participation weighted index where you gave some credit for students who at least tested into below basic, the right example gives something more like what that could look like. The other alternative that we talked about, so in addition to an index, we could have a peer proficiency metric. So this is what it would look like for a school that we evaluated based purely on proficiency. You'd get no credit for students who weren't tested. You would get no credit for students who are below basic or basic, and you got the same credit for students who are proficient or advanced. And this one would get 50% out of this. 50% of the students are proficient or advanced in this school. All right, so that is the end of this discussion of the two types of ways of measuring achievement.
So Chad, before we go to the next segment, is there a natural stop here that we can have questions?
Yeah, absolutely. Good.
Do you want to finish talking about this slide, or do you want to?
No, I mean, this is sort of the options that we have heard from you all. If you wanted to hear more about, so we're bringing them back to you. We would like some guidance from you all about which of these two approaches you prefer. If you pick the index approach, we'd love to hear more about what sort of preferences you have on weighting or other sort of guidance you would have for the department as they think through how to structure an achievement index.
So are there questions or comments from the board here at this point? Dr. Siebert?
If you could go back to the index slide for a minute, Chad.
This one?
No, ours, the hypothetical.
Yep.
Again, qualifying this is the nascent stage and you know, nothing is crystallized and we're just thinking about big ideas. As I was driving home from our special meeting in August, thinking about this, where I'm interested where my colleagues are on this, because where I think we are, like to kind of triangulate that, was that we did like the approach of encouraging the assessment of every child and engagement and trying to really, so I thought we were kind of moving toward some of the models we looked at. I thought overweighted advanced. So whether that still is overweighting advanced, I don't know, because we don't want advanced to mask children who are not achieving. But I like I like the idea that model incentivizes high achieving students. It also looks at where, you know, getting all kids tested and seeing where they are. So I like this idea because I thought it resonated. The other thing I want to double check with folks who served on the 585 work group is that, you know, this model, this hypothetical is based on using advanced, proficient, basic, and below basic, which I think there was a lot of resonated. I think we'll see indicated in the forthcoming report. So I think this is a pretty good concept at that point. But I'm interested, Madam President, in what my colleagues think about the weighted index versus pure achievement.
Dr. Northern?
I mean, I think we've talked at length that an index, as we know, gives you know, weight and validity, and we're looking at the progress of each and every child. We're incentivizing school systems to, you know, not just look at the bubble kids, not just look at the kids who are struggling, to look at kids all along the academic distribution. And I think that matters to parents. I feel like a long time parents have said, you know, my kid's already, you know, he goes in, you know, doing pretty well. And so, you know, he doesn't get as much attention here as some of the other kids or whatnot. And so I feel like when we're looking at an index model, we're actually saying to parents and families that every child really does matter. And every child in every district is going to be incentivized to make sure that your child, if they come in at an advanced, they're going to be incentivized to try to get them to more than advanced, or if they're going to come in at proficient, they're going to be incentivized to get them above that. So I think it's a powerful incentive, not only for schools and school administrators, but for families to say, like, your child matters. You know, your child matters no matter where they come in. We're going to try to make sure that they grow this school year. So I'm a firm proponent of the index.
Other comments? Mr. Rotherham?
So I like the index, and I think we should weight participation. I mean, back in the really bad old days, you'd see things happen like some kids would just always seem to have a field trip on the day of assessments, and so there was like some pretty bad behavior. And I think we've moved way beyond that, and the culture is much better. And so there's an understanding we need to assess every kid. And I think you want to give credit for that. I do worry, and I just want to name, we can overweight participation as well. And I think in some things we have, like for a while, we had a graduation rate index that overweighted how we consider GEDs based on the data on like the value of a GED credential relative to other credentials. That's because we looked at this and people were like, whoa, that's going to make a lot of schools maybe not look as good as they might look. And so I just want to name, like, we can overdo it on participation. We can also, as Dr. Siebert said, if we're not careful, we can mask achievement other ways. I worry. I mean, I think we want to give credit for advanced, but we also don't want that able to mask big equity problems. And so we just get all this right. And the slide that I actually think is the most important is your earlier one. Like, we just have to gut check ourselves, going all the way back to the current SOA. I mean, that is what things look like with like 40% of our eighth graders below basic on NAEP, with these really staggering drops we saw in over the last few years, starting pre-pandemic, but then really accelerating during the pandemic. That is going to change if we do our job in any sort of a meaningful way. And I think it's just really important that we are prepared for that, because that's where I worry on the, it's like, oh, we should give a little more credit for participation, a little more credit for participation. And then suddenly, you know, this doesn't look, because we don't want, and it's going to be a shock to the system. And we need to manage that if we're going to actually, you know, really be honest about where we are. And I think so the participation thing is a place I think we need to be very sensitive to that. That's why I wanted to call that out here.
Ms. Ashton?
Sure, if can you go back to the index slide as well? I also am very much strongly in favor of the index, particularly including the below basic, particularly because it does give, I think, teachers and leaders the tools to see like where our kids are right now, but then put plans in place for the next year to provide the appropriate interventions and support, because not all kids will need the same things to move to the next level. And something else to just consider based on the participation, I think, and this should not be in an index and should not be as an indicator, is really setting a target around like 95% of our scholars must take the exam. And for my school, that's what we shoot for. And if you don't meet it, there's a warning, it's a reminder, but there's no penalty to it. It's just, and as a leader, I'm thinking, okay, 95% have to show up for the test, which means 95% have to show up every day leading up to the test to make sure that they are able to grow on the exam. So wouldn't add that to the indicator, but as a benchmark for leaders to say, it's connected to attendance. So thank you.
Sultan? So I concur with my colleagues in support of a weighted index approach. I would suggest that we have not historically had a big problem in Virginia with SOL participation rates. I mean, we've mandated and we've been pretty effective in succeeding in getting participation. I would be inclined to weight participation below basic less than 0.25, and I would be inclined to weight, and this is just as a starting point, right? Because I think we are all very clear, frankly, the agenda items of first and final today is a misnomer, and I think that's worth making sure the record reflects that that's a misnomer, so that the public understands we're really at the beginning of a process of developing proposed regs, as Jim set out. But I would suggest that we start a version that would have maybe something lower than 0.25 for below basic, because we don't have a huge participation problem here. And that for basic, I see Ohio rates basic at 0.6. And I think it would be appropriate to weight the basic a little higher. That would be for what it's worth, my inclination for where I would start. We did say last month that we would like to see how this, whatever we come up with, applies to some Virginia data, because we want to see, does it meaningfully differentiate? That's, to me, one of the key roles of an accountability model is, does it drive improvements? And it can't drive improvements if it doesn't meaningfully differentiate. So I'd like to see it run on Virginia data.
Dr. Coons?
Chad, you just mentioned earlier that there's a little bit difference in the performance level. So basic is that the lowest level? Is that equal to basic in Virginia, or is that different? The 0.6.
I don't know enough about Ohio's assessment bands to say.
But they have a lower
They have
category.
a lower category.
Okay.
Well, I think looking at
Ms.
their
Fulton?
chart, sorry, looking at their chart, I think they're limited is essentially their participation category. But I guess one point that makes is that one of the reasons it's so important that we all understand this isn't final is every piece fits into the whole. And until we know what we're doing with our testing, our assessment system, we really can't. This weighting system has no relevance except in the context of tests that have cut scores, et cetera, et cetera. So, all of the numbers are all hypothetical until it's part of a whole.
I would just say to follow up on that comment, our decision point today has nothing to do with these numbers actually look like, right? The decision point is simply about whether we're using this type of index to assign ratings for achievement. And so that's what I think is important here for us to be very clear about. These numbers, they're not where we're landing. It is just about having the opportunity to move forward. And I would say additionally, if you note, each of our items here on our agenda are taken up separately. We are going to be discussing these points separately in the public. So these are very specific points that we are saying, public, we want input on this. And each one of these decision points, not just as the whole enchilada, each one of these decision points, we want our feedback on. Mr. Rotherham, I know you had a comment.
I have actually a question from my colleague, but I also do have I think I agree it's the whole system. This thing's like a three-legged stool when you think about your standards, your assessments, your cut scores. And cut scores tend to be the one that nobody pays attention to. There's rarely anybody in the audience when that stuff goes on. And everybody's standards, we get hours on that and they're all actually equally important. So I agree with Ms. Holden. I do think we can come up with an accountability system and then thoughtfully back in because the assessments, that stuff will change. I think that's doable. My question though, Ms. Holden, I just want to make sure I understood would it be with your comment on below basic and you want to weight that less and then weight basic more, like what are you trying to, with the caveat from our president that we're not doing this, but just as we're talking about this conceptually, what's the behavior you're trying to incentivize? I want to make sure I understood what was behind that.
Just that I think that the below basic, I understand trying to incentivize participation, but frankly, I think we don't have a problem with participation. So I wouldn't want to give too much weight. I mean, below basic folks are people who show up and take the test and get all the answers wrong potentially. So I wouldn't want to give too much weight to that. Would be where I would start. And I hear you, we're not being asked to make a decision on it at this point. I'm just offering that by way of feedback as the department works on a proposed first draft. I offer that for consideration. And then I would suggest that I think basic, getting all students to a basic proficiency level is incredibly important. And I would therefore weight that a little higher, as does Ohio.
And Madam President, could we, for the record, I have absolutely no idea on the participation data. And I think as part of this, that would be really useful. So Dr. Coons, could we, for the record, request we actually get, and obviously like the last couple of years, we would not want to wait. Yeah. But like, so sort of pre-pandemic and then these most recent years, we can make some inferences about that would be really helpful.
Well, and I certainly think that whatever we do fall on does not, we don't want to reflect any incentive to not test. So, Ms. Ashton and then Dr. Siebert.
Thank you. I think we're conflating two different things. I am not assuming that if a student who hasn't been there and then shows up for testing is going to get a below basic. And in fact, I have students who have chronic absenteeism and actually, because they are really thoughtful and smart, do very well because they have great test taking strategies. Not saying that's all kids, but I'm not making that assumption. I'm making the assumption that if a scholar is below basic, that means they have not mastered the material. And this is data that I need to know in order to improve. The attendance point that I was making was really around making sure that we have incentives for participation in the test. But I think to the point, we need the data around where our participation is in order to make sure it's accurate. So I just don't want to conflate attendance means, just show up for the test and bomb it, and therefore the data is skewed.
So,
Dr. Seibert?
this might be, Madam President, this might be something for Superintendent Coons to ask her accountability and her policy team to look into. My understanding is the Code of Virginia gives parents the opportunity to opt their children out. And as long as parents have the opportunity to opt their children out, we're going to need to be mindful of that. We're going to hear about that from the field in terms of how that impacts this process. Because even, in a small division, in a small school, you just need a few parents hanging out the pool over the summer saying, hey, we're not going to have our kids test this year and have an impact. So it's just something we need to be mindful of as we go along.
Well, and perhaps if that data point is anything significant, then that should be noted in a different way as well.
So opt-out might be different than not test. Yeah.
Correct. Dr. Northern?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I mean, I don't like the idea of conflating participation in a test with achievement levels. Like these are apples and oranges here. And so I think we need to be accounting for participation in a different way, but not mesh it in with an achievement index. It's not about achievement if you don't show up for the test. And the other thing I would say is, I don't know, I'm kind of favoring a 5-point scale just because I think proficient is where we're aiming, right? And then I think we should have 2 above it and 2 below it. I mean, a Likert scale is very common, a 5-point Likert scale. We're all familiar with those. I think if we take off the test not taken, which really shouldn't be in here anyway, then we have a nice clean 5-point Likert scale with proficient, which is the goal. And then we have, advanced plus above that. And then we have basic and limited below proficient. So it actually gives us even more, I think, granularity in terms of how kids are doing. And so I don't know, I feel like if we, again, separate out the participation, I typically prefer a 5-point index for the granularity it provides and the additional incentives it gives to school districts, because it gives them another lever to show that we're adding value and growth.
Mr. Rotherham?
So, okay, I'm loath to criticize Ohio because I have to sleep on the couch because my wife is a proud daughter of Columbus. I'm also loath to disagree with Amber Northern. I've learned that the hard way, but I do disagree. I just think we need to keep, obviously, too few categories. It compresses and it doesn't, you have kids within those categories who are actually very different. And so it doesn't meaningfully differentiate. That's a problem, but too many, and we're seeing some other states do this. California is going through this like in a very visible way. So I'm not giving away any state secrets. It becomes indecipherable for parents. It becomes indecipherable for educators, for stakeholders. So I think I think this is too many, and I think we need to figure out, like, I do think the NAEP sort of, you're below basic, proficient, advanced isn't a bad model. We don't necessarily have to go with that, but I think 5 is a lot, and more than that. People want to know, like, what does it mean? I worry you get to a place where people think, oh, my kid's passing or whatever term we use, that's good. And they don't realize that's actually not a standard that's got you on track for post-secondary, for instance, or things like that. So I just think I want us to be really sensitive to the fact that we're building a system that needs to communicate to multiple stakeholders in an effective way.
Well, Ms. Ashton, go ahead. I was just going to say, which, I mean, given our heavy emphasis on transparency in this whole process, I think it would behoove us to have pretty significant definitions of what each one of those categories means, so that parents are very clear about, and schools are very clear about, what each of those terminologies that we have in these types here actually speaks to. And obviously we want to make it positive, right? How do we then move our students from one particular category into the next? And so I just wanted to make sure that we include some kind of definition there.
Yep.
Ms. Ashton.
Thank you. I would just add that I think we are agreeing with the index and getting into the specifics will be helpful as we go through the process and we engage with key stakeholders. I think one thing that I would like some feedback on as we go through the process is how have states done the implementations? For example, I'm in a state where we started with a 3 error and now we're moving to a 5, and that made sense because we've had some experience with the stars, etc. And I think we want to lead in Virginia, and so the question is, how do we lead in a way that makes sense, that meets us where we are, and just the reality of a shift to a system like this, there's just going to be some brutal facts that are going to come out, and we're going to have to be prepared for it. We're going to have to be prepared to see that we're all not the same and the data doesn't look good, but really it's the implementation. And I heard this earlier from the comments. It's about the resources that are going to be provided, the training that's going to be provided. So I think just getting more examples of implementation, particularly when you're first starting a system like this, I think will be helpful for us as well as for the public in terms of what to expect, but also what to prepare for.
Any other comments? Thank you. I can move ahead.
Do we need to have an official discussion on it, to vote on this, or?
Yes, so what I would like to do is take up item D at this point. So after this particular presentation, after the presentation at the special meeting and these conversations today, my impression is the board is leaning towards adopting that, this performance index. So again, sans numbers, can I get a motion to waive first review and move forward with the performance index model as the new achievement indicator in the revised accountability system?
So moved. Second, but I have an amendment as well.
Hang on. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and now we will take discussion.
So
Mr.
I
Rowe.
just think the wording needs to be careful, because what the motion I heard you say made it sound like a decision. And I think that this is an indication of our initial preference rather than a decision. I don't think it's appropriate for us to make a decision until we're in the regulatory process.
That was gonna be my friendly amendment. I think it needs the word development in there,
Okay.
that we're moving forward to develop it. Was the word I thought,
That wording
was the word I thought was missing in the,
So to develop.
Can you read the motion? again?
Yes, I will. Okay. So we would the motion would be to waive first review and move forward to develop a performance index model as the new achievement indicator in the revised accountability system. Comments? Discussion.
Can we add in the proposed revised accountability system, so it clearly references, we're talking about what's going into the proposed, what we're heading towards the proposed regs stage. May I make that friendly amendment to the friendly amendment?
Sure. Okay, so let me read the motion again. The motion will be to waive first review and move forward to develop a performance index model as the new achievement indicator in the proposed revised accountability system. Everybody okay with that? All right. Does anybody need to discuss that? Ms. Kilgore, how do you vote? Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
And Chair votes aye.
Great, that is,
Career readiness.
yeah, we're going to move on into readiness indicators. So at the last board meeting, we talked about growth. We don't have any updates on that today, but we are going to talk through some of the readiness indicators that could go into the revised accountability system. And we're going to talk about them at different levels. So we're going to talk about elementary, middle, and high school readiness indicators. The first discussion is on elementary school readiness indicators. So we have tried to coin catchy names for them. We've called it Ready to Learn and Ready to Read. The Ready to Learn would be very similar to what we've used in the past of consistent attendance, chronic absenteeism, defined as the percentage of students who are absent for 10% or more of the school year. The ready to read indicator would be essentially a third grade literacy metric. It would essentially double count students in third grade to look at the percentage of students reading proficiently in third grade to make sure that they were ready to read and doing well and decoding and being able to interpret text. There's evidence that third grade is a significant indicator of whether students actually read well in third grade is indicative of whether they're going to be successful in later life. So there's some research suggesting that. Before we move on to the other grades, I'm going to suggest that we pause on and talk about elementary before we go to the other grade levels.
I also want to remind us of the conversation with Dr. Solari yesterday. One of the reasons we had Dr. Solari come, and Chad was not able to be here, but one of the things Dr. Solari talked about was a lot of the early literacy and the formative and the importance of forming teachers' decisions. So just want to remind us of that conversation yesterday around the formative years in literacy.
So I have a question.
Ms. Holton.
You don't need to go back on the slides, but going back to our discussion about the proficiency index, I'm realizing one thing I'm not sure I understand about Ohio or about where we're heading. I was assuming we're going to have a proficiency index for literacy and a proficiency index for math and history and science as we do under our current system, that we're not going to just collapse all those into one. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're going to talk about in the third part of the conversation, we're going to talk about weighting, and I can talk more about what metrics would go into those. But yes, there would be math and reading would be part of that. So this these indicators would be separate in addition. So they would be readiness indicators built in.
So then my question is, if there's going to be a literacy performance index for third grade that is basically a summation of third, fourth, and fifth grade, how is a ready to read third grade literacy really going to add something different from that proficiency index? Or is it just going to unnecessarily complicate matters?
Yeah.
Double counts and complicates.
What is on the table here is potentially double counting. So double counting third grade proficiency, whereas the reading achievement indicator will count third, fourth, fifth, and sixth for grades that have them. And it'll include them as all. So it won't be a separate third grade indicator. This would be a separate third grade indicator.
I'm assuming that most of our elementary schools stop at fifth, so mostly elementary school literacy, third, fourth, and fifth. If we wanted to put extra weight on literacy, would another way to do it be just to somehow in our summative literacy, somehow weight third grade a little more? I just think that, I think are we unnecessarily double counting and complicating?
I'm going to let the board.
That may be more comment than question. I get it.
I think double counting implies multiplying something by 2. And I don't think that's what, when we haven't determined the ratings, the scales, the index, I think we have plenty of time. So I kind of like your comments last month, Ms. Holton, involved the idea of the Virginia Literacy Act and what the early grades were going to do and that readiness. So the idea that we're looking at for ready to read at third grade, raising that bar, but not actually doubling it, I think its impact in terms of the overall system. Again, first blush, lots of time to listen to colleagues and whatnot. I think I like this because it does, I think, value what we're doing with the system formerly known as PALS and moving forward toward that third grade reading. I also think it's way better to do it this way than, some failed options in other states where it's just like, oh, we're going to make children not be promoted or move. We got to keep children growing and learning. So this resonates with me at this point.
Dr. Ashton. I'd like to be doctor, but I'm not.
Sorry.
So the way I was thinking about this, but this is why I need you to correct me if I'm wrong. It's like the performance index is like the actual scoreboard at a football game. The readiness indicators are the stats of the players leading towards the ultimate score. Is that right? Or am I not thinking about it?
Well, we're jumping ahead a little bit to sort of the,
Okay.
how we balance different indicators. I think of them more as, like if your child has a GPA, for example, the GPA would be the overall, what they got, then the subject scores would be that. So readiness would be one component of what adds up to something potentially, which we're gonna have that discussion as well. But, so this would be how we think about the readiness indicator in addition to the achievement indicator and the growth indicator.
Got it. Okay, I get it.
Ms. Holton? Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Northam,
Um,
Northern, why do I say that?
So just to clarify, we're not using the new VALS, what was PALS data, because that's a formative assessment. That's not what we're proposing here, correct? No, okay. And my other, just to put it on the table, Ohio, yes, I know it best because I've worked in that state. Their third grade measure here is just on the reading portion of the exam. So depending on how we structure our new assessment, there could be, I mean, there's lots when you're looking at a, an ELA exam, you've got, you're assessing different components, right, of literacy. And we can have just a reading portion of the exam that, so we're not double counting. So just the reading portion would be counted here, which is again, how another state does it.
So just by way of
Ms.
discussion,
Holton?
I'm not yet convinced that we need more indicators, and it may come back to how all the pieces come together in a whole. If one, for instance, were to simply add this indicator into our current structure, it's basically one more way to fail. One of the crucial facts about our current structure, it is a mosaic or placemat system, except it's one where failure on any one tile means failure on the whole. So if you are not at level one, and contrary to that first slide, there are lots of schools that are fully accredited, but still have extra oversight obligations because they're in level two on one indicator. If you're in level two on one of the key indicators, then you have extra review, extra engagement with the department, et cetera. But leaving that aside, if we were to simply add an extra indicator into our current system, it's both adds extra complexity and adds one more way to flunk schools essentially without adding particular value. So I say that just to say this all depends on what the ultimate picture is going to look like. If we're going to have an ultimate picture, as you suggest, that is more balancing in whether in a mosaic or a summative rating style, then it's not such a big deal to add one more indicator. But even then, I don't completely understand what value does it add if it duplicates. And I don't mean that as a question. I mean that more as just a comment. I mean, I don't have any objection to it. I'm just not yet convinced that it makes sense to the whole. So I guess maybe one way to think about it is we could ask the department to include it in the consideration of it in proposals so that we can keep it on the table as we put the whole together. But I wouldn't want to commit to it yet. Yes, would be where my, yeah, that's where I am. I'm not ready to commit to it, but we're being told we're not being asked to commit to anything yet. So maybe it's just whether we want it further developed.
Any further comments here?
We can go to the other grade bands and then we can always circle back if people have other comments. So the next grade band is middle school readiness, and to Ms. Holden's point, we would figure out a definition for elementary and middle that made sense. We do that already, so we would figure out how to do that and apply it fairly to all divisions. So what's on the table here are two different options, and there's two options within the second one. So just like in elementary school, we would have ready to learn would be the same definition of chronic absenteeism and attendance. The second one is a focus on math. So just like in the early grades, the proposal on the table is to have a special focus on literacy. In the middle grades, a special focus on math. And we have two different ways to consider that. So 2A, what we're calling 2A, is essentially looking at the percentage of students who take and succeed at an end of course math exam. So it's not just pushing kids to take it, but it would actually only give credit if they succeeded in an end of course math exam by the end of third grade or end of eighth grade. Option 2B is essentially more similar to the literacy, the early reading thing. This is more, do students meet proficiency by the end of eighth grade? And this would be on the grade level, the eighth grade SOL test. So essentially more of a gateway into, are they ready for high school level math? So the option 2A is more about rigor. Option 2B is more about a gateway for readiness for high school level math. Happy to take any questions or comments on any of those. Yeah.
Alton?
So the first thing and I forgot to raise this in the elementary, but you've got this chronic absenteeism thing up there. Our current system has chronic absenteeism independent of readiness indicators. And I think it's a valuable indicator, and we've had some discussion around this board on it back in the spring. Maybe there's an appetite for no longer waiting, using a chronic absenteeism indicator. I haven't heard it. So my suggestion would be we assume that whatever system we have is going to, that we work towards developing a proposed reg that it keeps chronic absenteeism as one of our indicators, independently of whether it is the readiness indicator. I think I consider that's a separate category from a readiness indicator. And as to the other options, it just, to me, suggests that I think that the, whether you've taken algebra and passed an exam, that actually does add different information from the test. On the other hand, I guess that then puts more, then the classroom teachers have 2 points of stress and pressure every spring. But I do think that one is one that adds some extra information that the other that option 2B wouldn't, and that that is correlated to in research to success, student success.
Dr. Siebert?
So Ms. Holden, I think that part of your concern might be addressed when we decide what's on the placemat and whether it's a separate place setting or I don't know, mess up all kinds of metaphors here. So yes, I definitely, again, what I do appreciate is chronic absenteeism in the current rules-based system can be the one gotcha. The fact that we're moving toward it being reported and considered with all things to be determined, I like. My caveat here, putting on my middle school hat, which is kind of old and dated, would be that I've always been passionate about young people taking advanced math courses as soon as they're ready. If they want to try it, give it a shot. And so even one of my own children, was able to go through an appeal process to get around a prerequisite to challenge himself in mathematics in middle school. And it worked. It was great. However, I think there needs to be a caveat because we don't want to also double test kids. So a child who tries and goes after geometry or algebra 1, it doesn't get the passing score, probably is not taking the Math 8 SOL test. And so that means but they probably would pass it. So I just think we're going to need to give a little consideration that if we're going to encourage children taking advanced coursework, that we don't disadvantage the fact that they reached high and want to miss it by a little bit when they absolutely could nail that Math 8 SOL.
Well, it's not duplicative because of.
Dr. Northern?
I would just encourage us, and I brought this up at the last meeting as a part of our development process, to also look at a different measure of attendance, which would be, again, attendance value added. So chronic absenteeism is directly correlated to the poverty level and the SES at the school. We know that. It doesn't mean it's not important because it means, all kids need to be coming to school. So it's an important measure, but it also doesn't take into consideration the efforts a school may be doing, knocking on doors, having pizza parties, whatever. And it shows whether that school is adding growth to that attendance in addition to the chronic absenteeism measure. It's not, it's not been in use by a lot of states yet. We're just still kind of piloting it. But I would encourage us to look into that as a potential another type of attendance, not to substitute. I know people get upset when, we talk about taking chronic absenteeism away. It's not, it's just potentially thinking about a different way of measuring that as well, and just to be able to discuss that.
So I think my only concern with that I'd push back on a little bit is just a lack of transparency. So when we're trying to be as clear as possible about, what these indicators truly represent, I worry that we would cloud it more, because at the end of the day, every teacher knows that when a child is not present, they are not ready to learn. And so, that's efforts. I know there are plenty of school divisions that are doing unbelievable things in getting students into classrooms, but it is a problem. It really is a problem. And I think that it's very important for us to be extremely open to discussing that very specific data point and how it's affecting student achievement, how it is affecting student growth. So I feel it being separate remains to be an important part of this conversation.
And just to clarify, I'm not arguing to be separate. I'm just arguing that right now, under a chronic absenteeism measure, schools that tend to be low performing and serve disadvantaged kids tends to be correlated to a chronic absenteeism measure. Schools that tend to serve wealthier kids, better neighborhoods, tend to score higher on that measure. It has nothing to do with the efforts that they're making. So some schools are getting unfairly penalized for a chronic absenteeism measure, while other schools are getting credit for doing nothing. So I'm only saying, and you're right, it's definitely would be more complicated, but I think, it would also be a little bit more fair if paired. We have proficiency and growth in achievement. We have growth in chronic absenteeism with attendance. I don't know, maybe that's too much for people to wrap their head around, but I'm just simply just saying, like, we're always talking about new measures, like nationally, and we have a dearth of measures beyond reading and math proficiency. And the more new measures that have been validated and tested and reliable, that's not a bad thing.
Ms. Holton? So actually, so the challenge would to be incentivizing the behavior you want properly and also simple and transparent is just a real challenge. But I would just like to point out that our current system, confusing as it may be, does give some weight to growth on chronic absenteeism, not to an individual student growth, but to the school growth. So if the school, you can be level 1 on chronic absenteeism by being above the cutoff score for chronic absenteeism, or you can be level 1, if I'm correct about this, by being within a band below that, but moving towards level 1, and then likewise from level 3 to level 2. If you are below a certain score, but have progressed from one year to the next on your school chronic absenteeism rate. So there is a school progress factor, not an individual student growth factor on absenteeism. As frankly, as on all of our measures.
But it's still,
but it's complicated.
Correlation. That's right.
But it raises the problem of complexity.
Other comments here? Okay.
Any comments on the preferences among the math? Either don't like them, you like option 2A, or you like option 2B, any of those? Anyone want to comment on any of those?
One more comment might just be that whatever we do today, we don't have enough information to make a final decision, and we would love to have you give us some information on how would this help us differentiate schools for intervention purposes. How would it help give parents information that's useful to them? So can we run some sample numbers at some point in this process on all of the indicators we're talking about? And to me, the more interesting one would be the end of course approach, just because it's more different. We can see what the data does on the other.
Dr. Siebert?
Chad, I know I'm certainly not trying to overcomplicate things, but I don't know if 2A and 2B are mutually exclusive, especially looking at middle school math and that what I explained earlier, the desire to have children challenge themselves, get high school credits they can. Virginia has an excellent code provision that a middle school student who does not pass or does poorly on a high school credit bearing course, families can take that off their transcript. It's like it never happened. So it's a real incentive for young people in middle school to challenge themselves. So I want to make sure that we keep that opportunity for young people to challenge themselves. They get credit. They can take it off their transcript if it doesn't hurt them. I think that the idea, I don't think 2A and 2B are mutually exclusive.
That's actually,
Mr. Rotherham.
that's actually, Dr. Stewart, is exactly the comment I was going to make. And I was going to cite that we do encourage kids to take this risk and we want to make sure that it's parallel. So I do think there's some thinking there, but I think this is the right way to go in terms of thinking about indicators. And then we need to get to like the best ones and worry about perverse incentives. And I think we should call out the logic of we're going to focus on literacy in 4th grade. We're going to focus on math in 8th grade. These are like key points that tell us a lot about how prepared kids are. And so I think we'll get the individual things. We'll get them sorted out when we have more information, but I like the approach. And I think there's underlying logic to it that's pretty powerful.
All right, we don't. Okay.
Ms. Ashton?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
All right, we can move on and to Ms. Holton's question. Yeah, we'll definitely, as part of this process, eventually have those. We had 2 weeks to prepare this one, so we didn't get a chance to do it, but that is part of the goal here. All right, so the next one is high school. So let's talk about high school indicators. Again, using consistent attendance, the same chronic absenteeism metric. Ready to graduate, it's tucked in here, but we could talk later about how it would be included, but this would be the 4-year and possibly extended year adjusted cohort graduation rate for kids who actually graduate and earn a regular diploma. And then I know you had conversations yesterday as the board about the ready for college and career and ready for military types of measures, but for what we could fit on the slide here, it would essentially be looking at the percentage of graduates who earn early post-secondary opportunities, earn an industry credential in a high demand occupation, so limiting that in some way, enrolling in college and showing career readiness, as well as serving in the military. So those would be the list. Again, we're trying to keep some consistency of the readiness indicators going through elementary school, middle to high, having some coherence across them. Not perfect, obviously, but that's sort of what's on the table. We'd love your feedback.
Madam.
And Chad, these are the things that the board talked about last time. These are the 4 areas that you asked us to kind of bring back with more clarity. And again, like you said, in 2 weeks, but just kind of giving buckets and want to clarify, these aren't like, they're very specific things on the slide. These are just kind of proposals as we've been talking about. Is that right?
Thank you.
My question, Madam President, is a lot just to help us think about this. So we heard this morning, I think it was Dr. Brabrand from the superintendents, but maybe misremember. We had a speaker who said the ASVAB should be it should not be an indicator for high school. And leave aside, did I miss here?
Was that yesterday?
He said it should be included in college and career, not separate.
Oh yeah, college and career, sorry. Help us, and that's my conceptual question, thank you. Help us think about what is the difference between where the ASVAB, to me, it seems like that's a terrific indicator, that's real, it's authentic, if that's a career that you're pursuing. How should we think about where these things live and the differentiator between a high school indicator and a college and career readiness it has struck me as an interesting the conceptual point that we're going to have to think about as we design this.
Yeah, I can give 2 pieces of feedback. One is that per the earlier comment, if you all agree, we could definitely fold ready for military into the ready for college and career and military. I think that could make sense. The other thing, to speak to a general level, I think it's trying to ensure that students are mastering and earning credentials and earning college credits and showing that they are going to be successful and finding the right proxies for what that can be. Eventually, we'd like to have actual outcomes as well. Speaking as Chad, not as representative of VDOE on that front, but to the point that we can have high quality pathways helping all students, making sure that all students are ready to succeed.
Dr. Siebert?
First of all, I'm really thrilled that as we're wrestling with the issue of reconciling complexity with clarity, that we're not overcorrecting to the wrong side of the road, because there's still complexity here. In that spirit, however, I do think high schools are a little bit more complex. And as such, I think really the primary indicator of high schools is graduation rate. So as I think about the placemat or the mosaic, I do think that high school has a separate tile for its graduation rate. And that separate tile for graduation rate is pretty darn important. We obviously want them to have a resume and a plan and other things that these other things get at. But I almost, of the ones we've looked at so far, this is the one where I see graduation rate. And again, it qualifies, we talked last month. I think graduation rate includes the students that a school successfully keeps there in a 5th year to get them graduated, reconciling that in many lives of teenagers, things happen. So, but I think that maybe there's more tiles on the placemat for high schools.
Ms. Walton. So, again, just make sure I understand, it's helpful for me to understand how where we're talking about going compares to where we are, because I mean, that what we are, the proposed regs will be a regs that edit the existing standards to what the future standards are going to be, a red line version. Graduation rate is already there, right? So the question is, are you talking about changing something about how we measure the graduation rate? And there might be some things we want to do to refine, as I think maybe Dr. Siebert is suggesting we give maybe more credit for that 5th year graduation student. Then one of the questions is, how does this align with our federal accountability requirements? And obviously we do have graduation rate has to be in there because the feds require it. So we don't really have any question about that. But so I'm assuming our current system has a chronic absenteeism, has a graduation rate, and I'm assuming, and has a college and career readiness indicator. I'm assuming I would encourage us to have the new system continue having all 3 of those. And where our conversation would be most productive is, how do we want to change them or refine them or improve them? And how does this proposal relate to? So for instance, on the career readiness indicator, we do already include the military in the CCCRI, but I think it's just participation, not passing the test. And Miss Dr. Armstrong yesterday was suggesting maybe we want to narrow the measure to only count those who pass the ASVAB, and that there may be other changes we want to make. But what I would want to hear from the department is, what do you propose we do to change? How does this compare to the existing CCCRI? What are we doing to enhance or improve it?
Yeah, we can go through that more and also be more specific also in the 3rd section where we talk about what specific indicators. The one thing I'll say about graduation rates that we've put on here is focusing in on the 4-year and possibly extended year adjusted cohort rate, but not giving credit for non-standard diplomas or GEDs in this accountability system.
And how does that compare to what we do currently?
The current accreditation system does include non-standard diplomas and GEDs. We're working to find the number of students that have applied to, and whether they're in traditional high schools or whether in alternative high schools, and whether alternative high schools might have a different accountability system. So it may not be a big deal for the main standard accountability system.
So again, what's most helpful to us is, what are you proposing to change? And on the graduation rate specifically, how do the proposed changes relate to federal accountability? Because one of the things we wrestled with before, and we were not successful entirely on this, but to the extent our accountability system doesn't align fully with the federal mandates, then we end up having 2 systems. And 2 systems is not great for simplicity and transparency.
Madam President. Chad,
Mr. Rotherham.
is it true? This is an important point of the graduation rate. It's been a long running issue my understanding is, and so correct me if this is wrong, the federal, they don't recognize a number of I'm struggling with the right word, but I think maybe it is rigorous. Like the federal system is more rigorous in terms of what actually counts as a graduate under their metrics than what we count. And so there's a mismatch there, and that this would align us with the federal standard. Is that right?
That's right. So the federal standard is the 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rates. You can also have flexibility to add extended years, so 5-year, even 6-year if you want to. But the graduation rate of standard diplomas.
So
Miss
for
Ashton.
Virginia, that would mean standard diplomas and advanced studies diplomas, correct? Okay.
Ms. Ashton.
So Dr. Coons and Mr. Chapman, this just hit me, so I apologize for not raising this earlier. When we're looking at elementary and middle, those were indicators that you have when the kids are with us. There's this ready for college and career is kind of after they leave. So it made me wonder, what are the indicators for high school kids when they're with us, like AP, SAT, and I don't know how complicated that means, but it just makes me think like, okay, well, they're out now, but there's nothing we can do when they're gone.
So I can answer a little bit of that, which is that some of the early post-secondary opportunities would be measuring things that they do while they're in high school.
So that would be similar to what Dr. Armstrong presented us with yesterday.
Yep.
And in addition, Chad, just so that you know, we did have a little bit of a conversation at the end of Dr. Armstrong's presentation to suggest that we may want to add some piece somewhere that's about civic readiness. And so I think that would be probably, the will of the board to add a civic readiness component here that commits to the Commonwealth, that we are very much, we find that that our students need to be prepared to be good, responsible, and engaged citizens. Dr. Armstrong, do you want to add anything to this conversation?
Certainly, and I appreciate you all again revisiting this. We started a lot of this in detail yesterday afternoon, and someone made the point just a few minutes ago that the work we do from here on out is taking this and really adding detail to it and fleshing out all these details. And of course, that idea around the civic dimension of our CCCRI is going to be important, something we definitely can work to improve and define better, because right now I don't think that is very well defined in this. And I'm seeing what we talked about yesterday and what we're seeing here, which I was hoping for, is lining up nicely. I just think we have to go through this and really work out all those fine-tuned details here in the agency.
So in other words, I like the way that you're forming this conversation a little bit more for us. These are not fully defined as far as what specifically we are going to absolutely commit to, but more about the skeletal part of this process rather than the specifics. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Talk about ASVAB scores, credentials. There is still some work to be done.
Thank you.
It is details.
And if I may.
Ms. Holton.
Our current system does credit work-based learning with some pretty specific guidelines as to what that means as one form of CCCRI. So one decision we should make is, are we going to keep that? And actually, I did go back and look, and the one thing that's the closest thing we have to any indicator of civic readiness now is there is a service-based learning component as well. And I don't know what the heck that even means. The one thing we don't have in it at all now here is we don't have, this is to Ms. Ashton's point, we don't have the actually enrolled in college. So all of the data that our current CCCRI index relies on are data that we know as of the end of June, every school year, from the data that our schools currently have access to and can share with us. If we want to, and it may well make sense to start adding in data on whether they actually enroll, but that gets a little tricky. Because number one, it takes time. So it means, do we have our indicators delayed or what? Or how do we, how do you factor in the enrollment data that doesn't come in until later? And we do have pretty good access to enrollment data, enrollment or employment data, I think is what I've seen used. We have access to that, I think, through our longitudinal data system. We can get it from Chev and or the Virginia Employment Commission if they are employed or going to college in Virginia. If they go to college or employed somewhere outside Virginia, I don't know how available that data is. And so one of the things I think it would be useful for you all to do is come back and tell us what are states who are doing an enrollment piece, how are they addressing those, both the timeliness issues and the data availability issues?
Dr. Coons?
Ms. Holton, I just want to shout out Secretary Dara is in the audience, and she is leading with Secretary Slater, a major task force, a group to connect the data systems. We are also looking at different data systems for student work to be prepared to do this. So the work under the hood has worked with other states. We are coordinating with other states to make sure that we can collect those outcome measures in real time and be able to give feedback. One of the things our superintendents have told us, one of the things that workforce has told us is we have to connect those systems and we have to make sure that they've talked, and we've had multiple conversations in multiple spaces, and Secretary has really worked to lead that work and make sure that we are on top of that. So just because you're in the room, but also because you've been leading a lot of that work, and we are pretty accelerated on connecting with other states who are doing that. Ms. Ashton, do you have a comment? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Dr. Siebert?
So I think, to use a different metaphor here, we're still talking about the bucket. So I think I'm hearing is we're saying that the graduation rate could become its own bucket tile, whatever we want to do. We got to figure out what goes in the buckets later. If we move ASVAB into the achievement bucket as an outcome, then that really collapses readiness down to ready to learn in terms of the attendance, again, with work to do under the hood there, and the college career readiness piece. And so I think that makes this indicator probably a little less complex and puts other pieces where they go. I want to come back just for a moment, just like I tried to lift up middle school for the math indicator. I'd like to talk, I think a consideration here, and I'm confident Superintendent Coons' special ed team will be very mindful of. For diploma type, we have absolutely got to honor the IEP process and what parents want. I've been in IEP meetings back to back with parents of children with significant cognitive delays. And one family was absolutely committed to going for the standard diploma all the way for as long as hard as they could. And we honored that as a school. Then there were other families who were like, I want my child to be focusing on life skills and independence. I want them to know how to navigate the bus system and get to and from work. And it's going to be better for them to spend 11th and 12th grade, or maybe even their extra year, working with professional staff on those skills. And so again, that's a determination that impacts diploma types, and impacts and is good by the family. So we've got to keep that door open for children of special needs and families who choose those two routes. And again, I'm talking about the percentage of children with significant disabilities.
Dr. Stewart, we can absolutely provide more information on that too at later dates. Are there any other points on the indicators? We're going to talk more weighting later, so I'll put a pin on that for now. Any other comments on the indicators on any of the grade bands before we move on?
Thank you.
Um,
I think at this point, I know that I'm turning my speaker off. I think perhaps at this point, it would be a good maybe stopping point for us to go ahead and take our lunch, if that's okay. All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and do that. We will be back at 12:15. Thank you. Come back now. Chad, do you have anything more before we sort of bring some things to a?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think so. We've talked about the indicators, so this will give us some feedback on some next steps on developing these indicators going forward, and welcome thoughts from the board.
Any other comments before? Well, let's do this. I'd like to, after this particular conversation, I'd like to have us just to have one piece of this in place. So what I'd like to do is waive first review. This is a motion. Waive first review to adopt chronic absenteeism as part of the readiness indicator per federal guidelines and continue to develop high school and career readiness measures with ready to learn, ready to graduate, college, career, civic readiness buckets as part of our proposed accountability system.
And Bill has no sound.
So moved.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the?
And
Okay.
Bill may
Just
not have,
repeat
Bill may
it
not
for
have.
Bill too. So what I'd like to do is get a motion to waive first review and adopt chronic absenteeism, just that, as part of our readiness, one of our readiness indicators per federal guidelines. And continue to develop the high school career readiness measures with ready to learn, ready to graduate, college, career, this stuff that we've talked about as the skeletal. So as those buckets are part of the proposed accountability system. So Andy made a motion.
A second.
Okay.
So your motion does not address the graduation piece one way or the other, was that?
So it is ready to learn, ready to graduate, college, career, and civic readiness buckets. But this is specifically adopting the chronic absenteeism piece as a part of those indicators.
Madam President.
Please.
So I'm gonna be okay with this if it doesn't tie our hands, because I still think as we move forward, I see graduation rates becoming its own standalone significant indicator.
That's completely
Not
possible.
not within ready to graduate, but how many kids graduated on time. So as long as it doesn't tie our hands with the sizes and shapes of the tiles as we build them, I'm okay.
This gives a framework for those pieces. Ms. Ashton.
Yep. Does it also include like the framework for elementary, middle as well, or just high?
So we should probably include elementary and middle
How about we
in
do
the
it
chronic
separately, since you
absenteeism. We
already
can
have
do
the
that.
motion?
Okay. I mean, I would have been okay with they were all together, but
So as to discussion to this motion, I'm just,
Mm-mm.
I think we would I think we would give the department more clear guidance as to what we want them to bring back to us if we focused on what's changing. So unless, so we're not changing anything yet about chronic absenteeism. We may want to change the measure per Dr. Northern's recommendation at some point, but we're not changing anything about chronic absenteeism. We're not changing anything about graduation index yet, but we are telling them to come back to us with further development on the CCCRI. In other words, I don't know what this motion is. I don't know what, just as a general process, if we were to give them guidance on what do we want to do, not in the abstract, but what do we want to do differently, then I would understand what we're doing better.
Well, I think a question from Dr. Coons would be, do you feel like this, because I think we're, if we could give them we could sit here, we could spend the afternoon debating and coming up with very specific measures that we want to use. And then people would say, well, that's too prescriptive. We haven't gone out to the public. We haven't done that. We can give them this broad conceptual, say, these are the buckets we want to look at, with the exception of chronic absenteeism, where there is some federal policy around it, and go forward. And then we're going to continue to develop that over the process as Mr. Alderman laid out this morning. So I feel like, I mean,
Are you asking me?
So that that didn't sound like a question, but it was. Do you feel like you all have, with the motion that's on the table, do you have what you need to go forward and design this and have adequate flexibility, to Dr. Sievert's point?
I think it's important that you're calling out chronic absenteeism. And I think it's important for the flexibility in the space as we all go out in the field and listen to public comment. And Jim mentioned, this is going to be an iterative process.
Dr. Siebert.
Ms. Holmes' point, I think that the big thing that's changing here is that we are separating accountability from accreditation. And I think that is the big win here, is that we're moving with this rules-based system where failure to check one box makes everything come tumbling down. That the idea of losing your accreditation because accreditation becomes tied to your inputs. I think that now what's the big change here is that we are now talking almost exclusively about outputs, and we're doing it without fear of your accreditation. We're talking about how we're going to hold you accountable. And so I think that's a pretty significant macro level change that makes me feel good. The other thing I feel good about is we asked probably in July that in August, could we have a straw man, which is effectively what we've been doing, is we're pulling it apart. And I feel we're having lesser straws. So I think there's been trust in the process so far that we're not tying our hands. That's why I just clarify, we're not tying our hands in any way, but we're moving towards something. But I think it'd be hard when we're almost building something new. I think I think ultimately, yes, there's going to be a red line version of the standards of accreditation. But right now, I think we're building something so new. I think it's kind of hard to show immediately how it's different. I don't know. I didn't expect that well.
I just want to call up two things that Dr. Siebert just said that I think are especially important. One is we've immediately gotten into this. It's important to remember this is in the context of we are trying to break out accreditation from accountability. And schools are rightly concerned that if there's accreditation measures change and fluctuate wildly year to year, that's got enormous consequences for schools, for kids. And so I think we should call that context out again, because it's easy. It is easy for people to think we are just redoing. This is now what the accreditation system is going to look like, and we're breaking those two things apart. And I think that is an extremely important contextual piece that we need to break out. And there's the conversation that we are and are not having.
Dr. Northern.
I mean, I'll just say as a next step, and I think this has been implicit in our conversation, is for the next meetings, we should start talking about, what could be in an EBSCO opportunity. Like, what do we mean by that? Get some updates from our colleagues here on what we're doing about defining industry credentials in a high demand occupation. What does that mean? How are we doing on our, data, longitudinal system to be able to enroll in college and measure that. So, personally, I think a logical next step is then to be able to dig in to say, okay, are these things possible? What would it take to get there? And that sort of thing.
Mr. Rotherham.
And just I just think the other contextual point, no one is saying that like everything we're doing now and measuring is bad. There's not value. We've heard a lot of talk like the school profiles are really useful, and how do we continue to do things like that? A lot of the measures. So I think at least I haven't heard anybody say like we just need, so there will be some crosswalk. There'll be some measures we use now that we think those are working. We should move them forward. And I think that's also, I worry as we get into the weeds, some of these contextual points get lost, and it can be heard. What we're doing can be heard in sort of discrete, disconnected ways from the total project here to improve these things.
So I'm just
Ms.
really,
Holton?
I'm really just talking about a process, but I hear you all are I'm interested in looking at a more sort of de novo way of looking at it. As I understand the current motion, it's that we want to keep some version of a chronic absenteeism measure, some version of a graduation measure, and some version of a CCCRI measure in our new system.
That's correct.
And details to follow.
That's correct.
I
Absolutely
can support
correct.
that motion.
Any other discussion on this? Okay, let's move on and vote. Ms. Kilgore. Ms. Holton.
Aye.
Dr. Siebert.
Aye.
Mr. Hanson. Ms. Ashton.
Aye.
Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. I think you continue here, right?
Yes, so the next thing we're going to talk about is shift a little bit into what happens with the overall system once we've used the indicators. So we've talked about the indicators, now we're turning a little bit of a corner. So in August, there were 2 points of discussion. One was about how to make meaning from the accountability system. And we talked about a summative versus a placemat approach. We're going to unpack that a little bit. And the second point is about weighting. So how to balance the indicators to identify schools in need of additional support. We're going to take these one at a time. So we're going to start with the making meaning from the accountability system. The first one, the option on the table is an overall summative rating for all schools. Summative rating can take lots of different forms. I've got two examples here. The top one is North Carolina's A through F grading system. If you look up North Carolina's school report cards, you can quickly find those A through F grades. They're on all of the school report cards very prominently. The second one down is Maryland. So again, if you search for Maryland school report cards, you find pretty prominently displayed Maryland's 5-star rating system on their school. So they give a summative determination, they use their indicators, they weight them, and they make a summative determination for an overall rating for the school. Some of the pros of this approach are it simplifies down to one measure, it's very clear, and you can put it on a school report card very prominently. You can also create urgency around low ratings. We talked last time about a recent research paper looking at what happens in schools that were identified for improvement. That creates an urgency within the school as they want to respond and improve their rating. Some of the cons of this type of approach, it can be overly simplified and may not share the impact on each indicator. It can sort of gloss over some of the differences of how they got that rating. That's the first option. We're going to talk about both these together. The second option is to stop level ratings for most schools. And I'm going to come back to that, but that is important when I say most schools. So there are a couple examples here are California has what they call a dashboard, their school report card. If you look in California, you get a dashboard like this. So it doesn't have an overall summative rating for the school. It has indicator level information. Same with Idaho. Idaho is the bottom one. There's the Idaho school report card. It doesn't have an ultimate determination for the school. It has indicator level determinations. So some of the pros of this is it breaks down components of how a school is evaluated, looks at more of a holistic thing. It's not trying to come to one final determination. And it allows educators and families to see how students are moving and where students are in relation to targets. You can kind of put different benchmarks along the way in each of the indicators. Some of the cons, the one thing I'll say is that it doesn't have one clear indicator for a school. It doesn't boil it down. The other thing is that I'm going to come back to this most schools point is that for both Virginia law and for federal requirements, we're required to identify schools for improvement. So we're still going to have to identify schools. And that's why we're going to have an indicator, a weighting conversation later is to figure out how we're going to combine our indicators to come up with those schools that need improvement and what schools that need supports and improvements. So this would be whether we want to identify them, all schools in some sort of high level summative fashion, like what North Carolina and Maryland do, or if we want to have more of this category level type ratings and stop there for how we're displaying it publicly. The other example I'll use here is Indiana. We talked last time about the Indiana placemat, and Indiana actually does have two approaches. So they have an A through F rating system. If you Google Indiana school report cards, you find a very prominent A through F rating system for all of their schools separately, and they use that for their determinations for school supports and for federal purposes. Separately, they also have what's called the Indiana Graduates, and that's the display that you all might be familiar with. We shared last time of the sort of placemat example. So this is how they're choosing to display it more prominently on their site is they prefer this sort of placemat of indicator level. Here's the goal, here's where they are falling down at school. So those are the different approaches. There's kind of 2.5 distinct options. There's the real clear summative, there's the indicator level, there's sometimes you could think of it as both in the Indiana example. So just to clearly articulate them, those are the options for you on the table today. And let's start the conversation. Happy to take questions.
Comments, questions, feedback. Dr. Siebert.
Madam President, I was trying real hard to wait. I think we'll go first. Again, I think this is this is not an either or. I don't want to create a false dichotomy here. So I like having these two side by side. I think you can strike the B off of the letter grade on the green thing and move the percentile rank up. And what you have then is, hypothetically, where there's 5 bars there on that little green middle school. So they're using 5 indicators. And based on those 5 indicators, you're coming up with a percentile rank. And the percentile rank basically becomes the indicator. I really enjoyed what we talked about before lunch, and we're getting into what the buckets are, what's in the buckets. So this is exciting work. I think we could, in my opinion, we could develop the most elegant, well-constructed buckets, labels, and fake everything is in them. And if we try to put a letter grade on them, we will never have a conversation in the Commonwealth of Virginia about the buckets. So I want to see this great work move forward. I think a letter grade issue would just derail this really good work. Similarly, stars are still, I think, an oversimplification of a complex process. We definitely need more clarity. And so in terms of some ranking, I think if we could agree on, again, using this hypothetical green square, there's 5 or is there 6 indicators there? My eyes are not really good. It looks like 5. And those are weighted probably. They're the 5 different things that are agreed on. They're weighted differently, and they lead to a percentile rank for that school. And I also think that percentiles resonate with lay people. When you take your child to get their height and weight, their annual physical, you see what their height is, you see what their weight is, and you also see it on the graph, and you see what percentile they're in. And I just think the idea of percentiles brings about a clarity without oversimplifying a grade. Now, I want to caveat that this percentile thing is new to me since I prepared for this meeting, and I might change my mind.
Mr. Rotherham.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard one. This is where the rubber meets the road. I can't help, I will observe, we have a summative rating system now, and everyone loves it because it tells us lots of good news. And so people like it. I've never heard anybody attack the accreditation system. You have a summative rating. You're accredited with warning and conditions, you're not accredited. And it produces a result that people really like because it tells a story. And I think as we've established, it tells a story that's not quite the right story based on the data. It tells a story that 9 out of 10 schools are doing okay. And then we look at this data and we're like, well, what the hell is happening with 40% of 8th graders below basic? What is happening with our third? Everything we've said, I don't need to go through a chapter and verse. We've seen it again and again. And yet no one complains about that. Right. So that's the first thing I'm left with. It's kind of, there's something weird there. And I think we just have to, if we're going to put ourselves forward as leaders in the state, we have to at least name that tension. Nobody seems to mind summative ratings when they're making, everybody likes them. We seem not to like them when they might have bad news. I'm also concerned, whatever we do, people will assign ratings even informally. I mean, this is the problem with cut scores, right? You have a really challenging test and it's a 50-question test and the cut score is set at 20. And people say, well, that's ridiculous. That's the 20 is an F. But actually on a really challenging test, 20 might be a very reasonable cut score to set. But people look at that and they intuitively say, well, that's less than half. That can't possibly be right. I think it'll be the same thing here. Whatever we do, people are going to assign something to it. They're going to assign values in the conversation. And so we might want to think about getting in front of that and saying, and this is what some of these other states and some of the stuff we've done in the work sessions, that if you're in this category, this is and whatever it is, this is your 3 cardinals or 3 dogwoods or 5 stars or whatever it is. And so we can start to take some ownership of that in terms of what do we want to stand behind in terms of what the system says. Because I hear what you're saying, Dr. Siebert, but in addition to the fact that I think the percentiles can actually be really confusing for parents and they want simplicity, I worry they could also lead to confusion about what any of it actually means in ways that we don't intend. Because I think everybody around this dais, we want to make sure this system is accurate, is accurate and fair. I have a few other comments, but since we're on this, why don't we stay on this point? Because I do think it is a complicated one. It's where the rubber meets the road.
Ms. Ashton.
Yes, so I'm supportive of a summative rating system as well. I don't like A through F. I think that language is already distracting. I think star or tiers do tell. I mean, I know we're worried about the worst side of this, which is if you get a low tier or a low score. But I think it's important for us to think about the other side is if we see which schools are doing it and doing it well, there's something that we can learn from them and there's some best practices. And school divisions can call one another and say, hey, what initiatives are you leading for? You've made this progress. So I think the question I have though is I thought you said Indiana does both. And so I was going with the no false choices. Couldn't we do both as well? Or what's the cons of doing both?
That was my question, but I hadn't said it yet.
Yeah, the short answer is yes, you can do both. There's lots of display choices here. There's lots of choices to your point about whether it's A through F, whether it's 5 stars, whether it's some other descriptive term of the categories, how many categories. There's a lot of choices within both approaches. And yeah, so just to answer your question as clearly as I can, that you could do a rating system that you don't want to put on your report cards, for example, or those are other choices of sort of how you share information that can be decided later as well.
So,
Sultan?
so I would actually say, I appreciate that suggestion because in some ways you could characterize what we do now as both. I appreciate Mr. Rotherham's point and Chad's point that we, in some sense, have a summative rating already. But the reality is our real system is level 1, 2, or 3 on multiple indicators. And I can tell you that the schools and the school divisions absolutely pay attention to all of those levels on all of those indicators. So it may be overly complex for parents, but as a motivator to action at the school management and division management level, they're caring a lot if they're in a level 2 on the achievement gap indicator. And because it has consequences for them, even if they're just at level 2, it means they have to submit improvement plans and engage with the department in a more intense way. And if they're at level 3, then they're accredited with conditions and have even more intervention. But if they're at level 2, sliding towards level 3, you have absolutely got their attention. And you've got it on each and every indicator: chronic absenteeism, achievement gap, reading, math, science, graduation, etc. So I would say what we have now is almost more like an Indiana placemat system, but where each and every indicator is getting full weight. And that may or may not be the right thing to be, but it's not. I don't think it's fair to characterize us simply as a summative rating system. I would say if my question to you would be, you know, Virginia did try, as we discussed last month, a bill was passed to move us through an A through F grading system in 2013, I think, and then repealed on a bipartisan basis in 2014. To move to a summative rating system is a big step, either stars or A through F in Virginia. And to do it, I think we need to be clear that the research that we have reason to expect it's going to make a difference in our kids' outcomes. So I hear you mentioned before some research, and I would love to see the research. I have 2 questions about the research for you, Chad. And the first is, either the research papers you've spoken to or just more generally, states that are doing summative rating systems well, in your estimation, did they implement significant new resources for the hard to serve school, for the most challenged schools at the same time they implemented the summative rating system simultaneously with the rating system? And while I give you a minute to think about that, really what I'm getting at, can we piecemeal this or do we need to combine it with resources for it to make sense?
Dr. Coons? So we're happy to provide that for you, but one of the things that we've talked about with the board a couple of different times is that we're redesigning the Office of School Quality and redesigning the resource support at the same time that we're talking about accountability. So that is a focus of the department. But if you'd like us to provide a bevy of resources that compare accountability to school support, we're happy to work with Chad and others to get that to you if that's a formal request to the board.
Well, just to clarify, when I say resources, I mean resources to the schools. It's my understanding that schools the risk is, and I think the VSBA the School Board Association spokeswoman who spoke this morning pointed out the risk that if you do a summative rating system without putting a lot more money in our poor kids' schools so that they can hire good teachers despite being labeled a D or an F school, then you're going to drive teachers away and you're going to make things worse for those kids. And I think that would be the worst outcome we could get. And I don't think anybody wants that outcome. So I think the states, I think we will find, and I don't know this, but I think we will find that many states that have adopted a summative rating system with a single number have geared significantly more resources to the schools as well as the oversight piece. And so I'm talking not about, are we expanding the Office of School Quality, but are we sending 20, 30, 40% more money to our C, D, and F schools
Ms.
so
Holton,
that they can address those needs?
we'd be happy to provide you the research, but could you clarify what you're asking for exactly?
I'm asking for.
That's something the department's gonna have to work with the
Have
consultant.
schools if you're, point us to a system that is implement, or one or more systems that is implementing a summative rating system well, and tell us what additional resources financially do they send to the C, D, and F schools?
Can you give me parameters on what you mean by well, so we can make sure we can provide that data for
Well,
you?
no, I want you to tell me if.
Can I offer a request? We're only asking half the things. Like Florida saw really tremendous results with this. They also offered kids choice. So if we're gonna look at this, we can't just be looking at certain sides of it. What's the totality? And in Florida, if a school, I believe if it was a D or an F, certainly if it was an F, the parents were given opportunities, and researchers looked at that. I'm thinking like David Figlio, for instance, looked at this, and these were people who are not predisposed to favor choice and were actually in some cases skeptical of accountability, and were like, whoa, like, and this is like, Amber, I will brag on my colleague. She has a podcast. She's got this research minute where she sums up this stuff in Amber's.
Talk about
And
it.
so we may get our own Amber's research minute here. But so we need to look at the totality of it. What is it these states did? Because resources can certainly be a piece. Florida did some stuff around literacy, for instance, but choice was also a piece. And it turned out there was like a salutary effect to that. So I think we need to be careful about breaking these things out. We need to look at what these states did, all of the elements.
So what I'm hearing the board request of the agency is that you want summative systems who have implemented options and choices and done that holistic system well.
I would say states that have gone to A to F, what is the totality?
Do you want only A to F?
F or star?
Summative, yeah, some sort of A
A to F or
analogous.
Single
yeah.
summit, and who's done it well? And what have been, for me, I'm most focused on what are the extra finances going to help support the schools that are identified as most challenged? And I hear, Mr. Rotherham, there may be other factors, but hopefully you would give us a range of ones, because for instance, if Virginia is unlikely to be moving towards a much bigger choice scenario, which is certainly where we have been, then what would it look like? What's it take resource wise to make this work? From what we can learn from elsewhere.
And I just want to be clear, like I
So
think.
these are implementation resources. You want us to provide the research as you are continuing to move through implementation. Is that correct?
I mean,
Okay.
meaning the maintenance and operation money for that school. So for instance, when we have had more punitive systems before, it drove teachers away from the Petersburgs of the world. What are we going to do to stop that from happening?
But what I think is missing from this whole conversation is exactly what we've been talking about before, and that is the indicators that become a part of this system are what are giving us the specific information of the outcomes that more specifically drive resources. So simply, instead of throwing a pot of money at a school division because they just aren't doing well here, there, whatever, those resources are far more targeted for more improved outcomes.
So that could be part of what we asked Dr. Coons for. What resources do they put into those schools, and how do they shape the expenditures?
Dr. Northern?
All right. These are the states that have used A through F systems: Arkansas, Indiana, Florida, Louisiana, Michigan, Mississippi, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Utah. Okay, this is the research on it. So the main system that's been studied has been Florida, but there have been other studies where they say it's a southern state because the researchers aren't allowed to tell you the state because of privacy concerns. All right, so Florida, they found that increasing with a summative store found that pressure changed instructional practices in meaningful ways. But listen to the ways. We find that schools that face summative ratings increased pressure by adopting, I don't know why these increased pressure, but okay. Adopted block scheduling, reorganized the school scheduling structure, increased time for collaborative planning and class preparation for teachers. We also see evidence that they provide a common prep period for teachers and they increase the district's control over how the budget is spent. So what I see, and here's another study that really was interesting to me. This was in, I think this one was Texas. I didn't underline it. This paper examines how school administrators reallocated resources with summative ratings in response to marginal changes in accountability ratings. And basically what it said is they moved it specifically to instruction. They moved it to discretionary spending. So once again, like you're seeing to the chair's point here, you're seeing a restructuring of how the money's spent based on the buckets, right? So if you've got 5 buckets and your one bucket, is whatever remediation rates, which we don't have, then you're going to pour a lot more money, right? You're going to move money from over here where your kids are doing okay, and you're going to move it over here. So it's not necessarily that you need a bunch more resources. I'm not saying that you don't need some. Don't put me on the record for that. But I am saying that lots of times the existing monies that you have can be retargeted to be spent better and in smarter ways. Also, this is interesting too, like even the threat of having a summative rating, like you don't even have to be the school that got the summative rating, right? You can be down the street, you can be, 20 minutes away, but even the threat of having a summative rating actually caused schools to improve. They were able to use this thing called a regression discontinuity design. So anyway, it actually has really positive effects. Now, if it didn't have positive effects for kids, we might as well all just be parading. Heck no, we're not going to do it. But we're here for kids. We're here for, what is most helpful to them. And the research is there. Now, to the point about the teachers, I get that. I mean, I'm a former teacher. I get that.
And how does Florida prevent that?
Prevent what?
Losing teachers from Petersburg. And I think it's because they're paying them more.
Yeah. So why aren't we having that conversation?
Because read the JLARC report. We are grossly underfunding our schools, especially in high poverty communities.
Miss Ashton?
Yeah, I think where I was going with this is, I think we should move forward with this and then engage educators in this process and ask them what they want, ask the leaders what they want. And my suspicion is that they want more autonomy with the resources that they have. And they want to be able to provide incentives for teachers who come to serve the hardest to serve students and families. And so to the extent that they have more discretion over their resources, then that is what is going to empower them. It's when we say, here's the money and spend it this way, that they feel like you're setting an accountability, but you're tying their hands behind their back. So I suggest that, and I think my specific, which I think I'm here, there's so much steps in this process. And that one of the questions we ask is, if we move forward this way, what do you need? What do divisions need? What's the autonomy and the resources you need, rather than us saying, well, that's what Florida needed, or that's what, it'd be great to hear the research, but I think the giving leaders the signaling that they're going to have more autonomy to use the resources to address this would go over way more than saying you're just going to get a big bucket of money, but money does count.
I think
Dr. Coons.
Senator Locke has legislation that just passed. We have a work group that we're working on around teacher compensation. It's a diverse level of work group. There are teachers on that work group. There are principals, there are superintendents, there are business stakeholders. That is something that is being looked at and is being invested in. So I'm happy to have that report come to this group so you can hear that. But there is a work group that is working on that and would be a great opportunity for them to inform you on the research, evidence, and explorations that they're doing. So happy to have that group come here at the end of their study to give that kind of finding for you.
Mr. Rotherham.
Madam President, I'd just like to make 2 points. I agree that there are schools in this Commonwealth that are underfunded, and we continually default to Petersburg. I'd respectfully suggest it's a lot of schools west of 81, south of 64, that it is, and that is an issue. But I would also suggest that the best way to actually start a serious conversation, pick up on the JLARC report and so forth, is to start having a more accurate conversation about school performance, a more fine-grained one. And so we've had this conversation a lot over the last year. It's a theory of action, and one theory of action seems to be lots of resources. Then we'll talk about accountability. I think that's backwards. We need to talk about accountability. We need to get this data. And I think that is going to tee up, hopefully, a better conversation about resources than we've had. And I think the peculiar thing is, I don't think there's the disagreement that people think around that question. And as I go around, I heard too many people saying like our schools are like wildly overfunded or rolling in money and so forth. And people are aware of the challenges. That's the first point. And then the second point, this is a contextual point. This is something that's nagged after me for a while. And so I do just want to, we keep talking about this with this deficit mindset towards our educators, what they can't do, the morale, all of this. We had somebody who came in and talked to us this morning, talked about how educators might not like this morale, businesses, nary a word about kids, about families, about caregivers. Like, and there's two problems to that. First of all, our system does not exist to serve the adults. That is not the client. That's not what we're about. It's about the kids and giving them opportunities and choices. And the second thing is, it just lowballs our teachers. I believe we can do this because I believe we have fantastic educators. We have fantastic energy that's in the classroom, that's in administration, that's at the superintendent level. And that we're lowballing them with this conversation of all the reasons that if we start to report honestly on achievement and start to have these measures, the wheels will somehow come off the cart. I think that is also totally backwards. I believe they will rise to the challenge. We have an amazing teaching force here, and we should stop talking about them in these sort of palliative terms and start talking about them in aspirational terms of what they are capable of. And that also just seems like something that's been just very backwards in a lot of the conversations, not just at this board right now, but just over the years. And we should just raise our expectations. And I have just great confidence that they will rise to it.
Dr. Siebert.
And in that spirit of the fact that I do think we have extraordinary people who are led by their hearts to answer the call to serve. And I know this wasn't Dr. Northam's words, it was the research he was reading. There's the idea that people need to be threatened to do things. I disagree with it. In that spirit, I think there is a higher ground, a common ground that gets us above this fray that really does do both. And so I need a minute to explain this. And I think it begins with kind of what before lunch, Ms. Holton's question about what we're doing differently. So our current accreditation system is basically a series circuit, not a parallel circuit. Now, for people who didn't do physics or didn't remember the physics, that's the Christmas tree lights. Our current accreditation system, if one bulb is out, then you're unaccredited. Therefore, the system was built to make sure all the bulbs are really complex and cross-wired. And so we got this, but it's still, yeah, it's a summative, but it's based on all these indicators, really too many indicators. And it's currently, they're not weighted. So your chronic absenteeism can put you in accreditation worry while you're fine on your achievement and growth. And that just, those should not be weighted the same. So I'm first of all, I'm thankful that we're moving away from the series circuit where you have to have all the switches on. Similarly, I think coming back and just pretending it's one switch is not fair or accurate either. We definitely need to be more clear. So for example, you can Google Consumer Reports activity trackers. And the activity trackers, you can then sort them by ease of use or versatility or heart rate monitor accuracy or step count accuracy. You can, and very quickly, you can, what is important to you? Not on the zillion indicators, but on 4 or 5 indicators that are important for that tool. And I believe, just like all of us who have transcripts and our children have transcripts, we ended up with a GPA, not one letter. We didn't end up with 5 stars. We ended up with an indicator that respected multiple measures. And so if our report cards can give children a GPA, if we can do consumer reports for fitness trackers that at least consider 4 or 5 criteria, let the user sort by which one of those is most important, I think you can achieve the same things, because now you can lift up what is the indicator that needs the resources, which gets back to the point that I think Dr. Northam was bringing up. You do need to apply the resources. Just saying, oh, here's 3 schools that are Ds. They don't need the resources in the same places. You've got to have multiple measures if you're going to make good decisions about those resources go.
Dr. Northern?
I'm in agreement, and maybe we're saying versions of the same thing. I mean, I'm for a both approach. I'm for a placemat that has a star rating. I think A through F is a bad idea for reasons that we all know. But I might talk to some of my teacher friends. I'm like, how do you feel about a star? You know, because I mean, and they're like, yeah, I mean, there's nothing that doesn't have that negative connotation of an A through F, like 1 star, 2 stars. Like that's not necessarily bad. It's just not 5, you know, but it's still stars. If we want to talk about the optics of this. And I really do like, I mean, I think you're right. Like parents need to know, be able to see how schools are doing on 5 categories. They got 1 star here, they got 5 here. That's really useful information. And then, yeah, then it gets rolled up by our weighting. We've got all this stuff to talk about, but then it gets weighted and then somehow they end up with a 2 or 4 overall star. But it's still, you can either look, and we're not going to just present the overall star, right? We're going to look at all these 5 buckets or however many we have so that they get more information rather than less information. But sure, just like Consumer Reports, they got different categories, but you also got best overall value or something like that, that then kind of takes some of those indicators and rolls it up.
Yeah, that's very much where I am. I think A to F, just it's too fraught, there's too much baggage, but some sort of indicator, and then you have these other things. I don't hear anybody arguing that like it should just be like an indicator and like with like some sort of black box behind it, but like something that then says, here's what this means this year with where we are. And I do think the evidence supports that. I think there's a way through this that can accommodate these different. And I think the issue is just, are we going to offer any sort of summative? Again, it can be, you know, Cardinals or Dogwoods or not. I think that's where we're hung up. I don't think anyone's arguing for not presenting a wide swath. And as we've said, there'll be more available things like the profiles, like, you know, everything we want to know and everything we want in our accountability system are 2 different things to the earlier point. Because if we put everything we want to know in our accountability system, it'll be too many opportunities to, it's too much. And so like, I feel like we're getting a little wrapped around the axle, and I think there's a way, there's a way through this but we need to have a conversation. Do we any kind of summative at all? That seems like the sticking point.
Ms. Holton?
So just a couple of comments ago, you said something about what goes first, the accountability or the resources. And my argument would be simultaneous. And I don't know why we can't do that now in Virginia. And I would bet that we will find that the states who have done accountability well, whether through a summative system or through a placemat system or through whatever system, states that have gotten results in terms of outcomes for children have pumped more resources into the most challenged communities at the same time. And I would urge that we encourage our changes to move in that same direction. And I know we don't have full control. This board doesn't have control over the resources, but we can certainly push the conversation in that direction. That's the first thing. Second thing, nothing I meant to say was meant to not have total belief in our teachers. The problem is they're just not there. I mean, when I looked under the hood, when I was secretary as to why nobody was passing algebra in Petersburg, sorry to pick on Petersburg, there was no algebra teacher in Petersburg. They couldn't hire anybody who knew how to teach algebra. And we've got to get past that. And partly it was because we had a really punitive system then, and we moved away from the punitive system a little bit, but we still haven't given them the resources to pay enough to be able to attract great algebra teachers from Chesterfield to move to Petersburg. And until we do that, I don't know how we're going to get kids in Petersburg to pass algebra.
Madam President, we're saying 2 different things. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question on this point? We're saying 2 different things here. On one hand, people don't respond to incentives, and so they don't matter. On the other hand, they completely respond to incentives. Like it seems very, I'm confused about our belief on this.
I would like to get us back to a sense of decorum here, please. I would really appreciate it if we could run this meeting the way that we're supposed to be running it. Through the president. So if you have a comment, Mr. Rotherham, please.
I had a question on this point before we moved on. I very much want to hear the second point, but I had a question on this first point because I'm unclear on what our belief is about this at this point.
Okay, Ms. Holton.
I don't understand the question well enough to answer it. I don't have anything to add. I do have another question I'd like to ask when the time permits.
Okay. Go right ahead. I guess I'd like to jump in here though first and just say, I'm a little bit unclear about the assertion that we should be providing extensive amount of resources to an undiagnosed system. So by that, I mean, if you're saying that we need to add to this, we're creating a new system and at the same time, we're taking resources with it. I'm a little bit, resources where? I mean, the system drives the resources in my estimation. And so if you are creating a system and throwing money at the same time, what's the direction? I mean, I fear that when we are, we had this with our COVID funds and despite the fact that there was some guidance around what they should be used for, we still have quite a bit of money that's sitting out there that's not used. And so what we need to discuss here is, like, I just don't understand the outcomes of this process, this accountability system, are what are going to specifically drive the targeted, very targeted needs of our individual schools and school divisions. So, I mean, I think we're all circling this idea of resources and funding. We all agree that you absolutely have to support those deficiencies. So I think we're arguing something that we agree on, but I think my concern is, are we doing this as we start this new process or when we see the outcome?
So if I may respond to that, and then I have
Please.
a question for about research. We already know where the problem is. We know the biggest problem, not all the problem, but the biggest problem is in our poor communities. We have huge gaps. And we also know that our poor communities have the least experienced teachers, the least well-qualified teachers in just objective terms of how many years have they been, how many provisionally licensed teachers do they have, how many brand new teachers do they have, how many teachers do they have teaching outside of their field. All of those numbers correspond to our high poverty communities. And so we know where the need is. And frankly, any system we give us is any accreditation, accountability system we use is going to tell us that.
Well, okay, I'm going to give this to Ms. Ashton here in just 1 second, but I sort of have to take, I understand that we're looking at a holistic data as far as our districts with high poverty numbers, but I worked in the district with high poverty. And I worked in a district that was majority minority. And I guess I kind of take a little bit of offense to that because every one of the teachers in my building, every one of the teachers in that division worked their tails off to do everything they possibly could to move the needle for their students. And there are brilliant students. There are wonderful families. There's supportive families in all of those districts. So I think we're kind of shortchanging the people who are working in those districts day in and day out. We know they need resources. We know they need help. But we also know that they are professionals who are capable beyond what we know of doing the job that they need to do, and they are doing it. Ms. Ashton.
Yeah, I mean, President Creasy, I respectfully want to call the question around
Yes,
what
thank
we
you.
are trying to decide and move forward on. That being said, I think where I am, again, supportive of the summative and the work that we are doing is that it makes the data transparent, student to student, school to school, division to division, and not all a big old glob. And respectfully, there are high performing students in high need schools.
Absolutely.
And so I don't think we can make broad statements about, well, we just know low performing, low poverty schools are all underperforming. And I agree with your point that the kids who have the least amount of resources need more resources. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. So to me, this discussion is about, do we have summative? Do we have a placemat? And if your point is, let's also make sure we give leaders and divisions autonomy and resources to be able to execute it. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. I hope not. So President Creasy, I just would love to
Yes.
call the
So-
question.
so-
I do have one more question I've been trying to ask, but that I would like to do before we call the question.
Well, the question's been called. Can you ask that during discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were already in discussion. So, excuse me.
So what we haven't made a motion on this yet.
As somebody comes up, Madam President, as you work on a very thoughtful motion, I think it's important that the motion include that we are going to use multiple measures. I think that's how we are going to know in different places, anyone can know where the resources need to go by looking at the multiple buckets. And those multiple measures are going to have to be weighted like we're about to talk about. Otherwise, we're spreading the peanut butter evenly across the slice of bread. And that's not what we need. The resources need to go where they need. And so I still think there's a common ground here. I feel that it's right here. I feel confident and it's in multiple measures. But I think the motion is going to be clear that there's going to be multiple measures leading to whatever indicator we settle on. That's important.
So would that be a motion? I'll try one out and then we can have more, if I understand. I'm not truncating discussion. We can then have more discussion. With some sort of motion. Do you have one?
I have a motion.
Okay, great.
So we may want to amend it. We may want to add to it, but we would like the motion would say that we would waive first review and move forward with developing a summative rating for the proposed revised accountability system. Does anyone need to amend that?
Yeah, it's got, some of the ratings got to be based on multiple measures or I can support it.
But I think that this is broad enough to have that as a part of it.
That's a friendly amendment. Add that language. Summative rating based on multiple measures is that your proposed?
It does.
Summative rating based on multiple measures is his proposed friendly amendment.
But go ahead, Ms. Ashton.
Well, I think it's definition. I thought summative rating includes multiple measures. But you just wanted explicitly to say summative rating, including multiple measures.
Yes, because then we'll come back under the hood later and we can talk about how we report this out. I think the idea that we are going to use a balanced system with multiple measures is essential from the outset.
Why wouldn't we say based on then?
Okay.
Based, that's
So
what I
that's
have,
essentially what we're doing. Okay, yeah.
based on multiple measures.
Yeah.
Okay, so a motion would be to waive first review and move forward with developing a summative rating based on multiple measures for the proposed revised accountability system.
That's the motion.
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
So
My
Dr. Siebert?
issue now is with rating. We just talked a lot about how we like the idea of a performance index for the
Please.
piece. So that's where my issue right now is with the word rating versus index.
So
Ms. Holton?
a comment and a question. My comment is, I'm a proud product of the Richmond City Public Schools. All three of my children got great educations in the Richmond City Public Schools, which is a high poverty school division. And so I've had experience with wonderful teachers there, both as a student and as a parent. So nothing I said was intended to go any to the contrary. And I don't think I said anything to the contrary, but just put that on the record. My question on the research, which may or may not be answerable today, and I don't know whether this is to Chad or to you, Dr. Coons, but I understand that there is significant research suggesting that a summative rating system contributes to residential segregation. I'd like to know if you are familiar with that research, and if so, can you react to it and tell us what do we do here in Virginia to prevent it from having that effect?
Yeah, the research I'm familiar with is looking at achievement scores and whether it relates to residential segregation. And there is some research on that. It doesn't always look at a state accountability system. It's often looking at private vendor accountability systems or rating systems like grade schools or niche, and those things keep multiplying. So there's nothing the state of Virginia can do to stop that. What I think will put pressure or counterweight against it is once Virginia has again, I'm adding a little bit of Chad's perspective on this, but when Virginia goes to a cleaner growth measure that is more neutral on growth and all students can show growth on that measure, I think that will push against the achievement-based linkage to segregation and demographics. So I think that's how my head goes to on answering this question.
Can we get some, when we come back with the research on the other topics, can we add research, the list, research on the impact of summative ratings on residential segregation? I think that would be an important factor for us to consider as we move forward.
I'm certain that we can request that. Mr. Rotherham?
Madam President, so actually that ties very much. I very much appreciated my colleague, Ms. Ashton's points. She talked about how there are high performing students in high poverty schools. I think is super important. The flip though, that she didn't mention that I do want to call out because I think it's very germane to this conversation we're having now. There are plenty of low performing students in overall high poverty schools, or excuse me, overall high performing schools. And so I think like immediately we get into this, like this conversation about residential segregation, which is obviously a big issue. We immediately get into this, like we're looking at these schools as monoliths, and part of what a good accountability system is going to do is get us under the hood to what's actually happening in the schools. And I think that's that's an extremely important attribute of this. I agree with what Mr. Alderman said. I feel like one of the other issues that comes up here that I'm confused about is on the one hand, we say we don't need an accountability system because people already know. And then we say, if we have an accountability system, suddenly it's gonna cause this change in where people live. Both those things cannot actually be true at the same time. These are very complicated issues. Residential segregation is an issue that goes back decades and has a pretty awful history in terms of laws around property and deeds. We all know this. We're not going to solve it with this, but I have trouble as sort of a theory of action of how doing anything other than the thing we control, which is schools, leveling with people about what's going on in the most effective way we can. I don't see how we solve any of these problems without doing that. And we did hear from someone this morning who seemed to sort of be saying we sort of shouldn't tell people what's going on because it might lead to other bad effects. Like, I think that is the opposite. We will never go wrong by being forthright and transparent. And then we can go after these other problems, which are real. I don't think there's any disagreement about, but I don't see how we get an inch closer to addressing those unless we're being absolutely forthright about what's happening around performance and outcomes.
Madam President, the motion
Dr. Siebert?
is amending the motion to say summative index considered a friendly amendment, or people wedded to the idea of using the word rating. Because what the conversation just happened comes back to the fact that we need multiple measures so we can see where the issues are and where the needs and resources need to go. And so
That's a clarifying, what's the difference for rating versus index for you?
So some of the states that we've looked at today, when you go to their school report cards, rating everybody first to worst, which again, we have to identify our low performing schools. And hopefully now we're going to have tools to identify areas of need based on specific areas. So I'm looking forward to that. But more powerful is when you can pick two schools and put them side by side, and it doesn't tell you 4 stars or B. It shows you, there are 4 indicators side by side. So it is very intuitive, very easy. One of the ones we looked at last month was the South Carolina one, where you pick 2 schools in the same district or 2 schools on opposite sides of the Commonwealth, and you could put them right there. You could look at them. So, but by having that index, again, and whether you call it percentile, whatever we end up with, I think people will be able to download a CSV file and sort whatever they want to do. But a summative indicator, maybe it's an indicator versus I just calling it a summative rating gives me the heebie-jeebies.
So it's more about it's more about terminology. It's more about the perception of the use of the word, right? How it's perceived in a positive light.
Yes.
Compared to
indicator index.
Right.
Mr. Rotherham?
I'm just struggling, like, it seems like, and we could say a summative score, a summative measure, a summative indicator. Like, I'm not sure how any of those are. A summative index seems like an index that gets you to a summative thing, that makes sense. I'm not sure what a summative index, like what that an index by definition sort of isn't summative. So I'm struggling with the problem that we're trying to solve here or solve for.
I don't like the word rating.
All right, well, I go ahead, Miss Ashton.
You don't like the word rating, but you also don't want schools ranked. Is that right?
I think it's gonna be fine to rank on any of the 4 or 5 indicators we settle on.
Got it. Okay.
Okay,
And my hunch, Dr. Siebert, I'm sorry, man,
ahead.
is that people are gonna rank these on a bunch of things. And so we should figure out what is the one we want to stand behind. To your point, we can't control, people are gonna download, and some of those people are gonna come with a genuine sense of curiosity, and some of them are gonna come with different motives. We can't control that, but what we can control is this is the measure that we want to stand behind as a board, and then subsequently as a department. And that we want to do that. And then people are going to do what they will, but we can say this is the measure that we think is responsible.
I like the word measure, summative measure. Thank you for indulging me.
okay, so is it the will to change rating to measure, or are we going with the original motion here? So the motion on the table is waive first review and move forward with developing a summative rating based on multiple measures for the proposed revised accountability system.
We can't use measure twice.
Yeah.
in The same statement.
Summative
Measure
based on multiple indicators. That's essentially what we're doing. I'm still struggling with like we're either going to do something summative or we're not, and we that's the Rubicon,
Right.
and we ought to just like lean into that. I'm not sure it matters that much what we call it, but I want to be sensitive to concerns about that. But we're either going to do something summative or we're not. That's the Rubicon we're at.
Okay. So
Just by final discussion from me is I'm not ready to vote for it yet without further information on this research on the topics that we've posed. So just where I am, for what it's worth, a no vote is not because I don't want us to go in this direction. It's just I'm not ready to decide that we want to go in this direction yet.
okay, so the motion is to waive first review and move forward with developing a summative measure based on multiple indicators for the proposed revised accountability system.
Others, thank you, Madam President, my colleagues on that, because I'm also looking around the corner of going out in the field and messaging this. And I think these words are important in that regard.
Okay. Ms. Kilgore,
I vote aye.
Ms. Holton,
No.
Dr. Siebert,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Ms. Ashton,
Aye.
Dr. Northern,
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay. All right, and now we are moving to item G.
Okay, the next item is how to balance indicators to identify schools in need of additional support. So we've talked about indicators. Now we're going to talk about how they combine into some sort of summative measure. Based on the board conversation in August, we developed 2 potential models that we're going to put forward today.
You're good. They voted. You're good. They're moving on to
We are-
accreditation appeals.
So
You did a great job, Mr.
Okay.
Alderman. We appreciate it.
we're not doing this.
But what I think, you want to talk through any of these things and move, or do you want to move on to G?
I want to talk about the pie charts.
I'm sorry. Grace. I'm sorry. President Severs.
I will indulge as long as it's brief.
So we're going to later talk about the pie charts, which is a 40%, which is a 60%, which is a 42%.
We are not making any decisions today on this. So would you rather hear about it now or no?
As long as we're coming back to this another time.
We will. Thank you.
Sure.
Now, item G. Yeah, we can take 5 minutes to get everybody ready for item G, please. Let's take 5 minutes.
Next time, let's not pay.
How are you this afternoon? It's very nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Please proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, President Creasy, Vice President Hanson, Superintendent Coons, and board members. My name is Amy Sitka, and I'm the Director in the Office of Accountability. I'm presenting for first review the submission of 2 accreditation indicator appeals. Prince William County Public Schools submitted an appeal of the Academic Achievement Science Indicator for Jenkins Elementary School, and Suffolk Public Schools submitted an appeal for the Academic Achievement English Indicator for John F. Kennedy Middle School. Per the standards of accreditation, the State Board of Education shall provide a process for a local school board to appeal the performance level designation for a specific school quality indicator for any school in the division. Per the SOA regulations, the board shall grant such appeals only in limited circumstances that warrant special consideration in designating performance levels. As communicated to school divisions, the intent of this provision is to provide potential relief to schools that have experienced a significant event impacting performance on an indicator. Such circumstances should be unusual, and appeals based on this section of the SOA should be rare. For each school that has submitted an appeal, the accreditation indicator is receiving a level 3 performance level currently. On September 7th, 2023, an internal Virginia Department of Education committee met to discuss the basis for the appeals. The committee members were representative of various VDOE offices and consisted of the directors from the Offices of Accountability, Student Assessment, Data Standards and Governance, Student Services and Instructional Services, along with the Assistant Superintendent of Student Assessment and Accountability and the Assistant Superintendent of Policy and Communications. Based on their review of the information provided by the school divisions, the committee unanimously recommended that the Virginia Board of Education deny the appeals. Neither appeal is based on unusual circumstances that merit special consideration under the intent of the board's regulations. In addition, approving either appeal would set precedents for approval of many similar situations across the state. A summary of the appeals can be found in the board item write-up, and the appeals documents as submitted by the school divisions are listed as attachment A and attachment B. I will provide you with a very brief summary of both appeals. Prince William County Public Schools submitted an appeal of the Academic Achievement Science Indicator for John D. Jenkins Elementary School. Jenkins Elementary staff administered the regular version of the grade 5 science standards of learning test to 41 students who should have been administered the audio version of the test. Because of this error, 10 English learner students completed the alternate form of the test. 7 of the 10 English learners failed that test. Typically, when a grade 3 through 8 student fails an SOL test, the student is eligible for an expedited retake if the student meets certain criteria and parental permission is specifically given. Students are not required to take an expedited retake. Because this was the first year of the new science tests that they were administered, there were 2 forms available for online administration. Since both forms were used on these 10 students, one was used in error and one was the student's attempt, an expedited retake could not be offered to the 7 English learner students who failed. The division indicated that the performance rate for science, which they have 58.33%, was impacted by these 7 students. Prince William County Public Schools is asking that the 7 English learner students be removed from the pass rates for the Academic Achievement Science Indicator. And if these 7 students are removed, then the school will be able to earn a level 2 in Academic Achievement Science based on improvement from last year. The VDOE Appeals Committee felt that this scenario did not meet the intent of the appeals regulation. In addition, the committee members felt that it would set an undesirable precedent to remove students of an at-risk student group from accreditation, especially for this reason. Committee members also voiced that there were many students who impacted the rate and not specifically these 7 English learners. The committee again unanimously agreed that the request should be denied. Suffolk Public Schools submitted an appeal of the Academic Achievement English Indicator for John F. Kennedy Middle School. And the division is asking that the level 3 4-year rule outlined in the standards of accreditation not be applied to this indicator. The standards of accreditation state that if an indicator is a level 3 through 4 consecutive years, it's designated, if a indicator is a level 2 or 3 through 4 consecutive years, it is designated as a level 3 in its 5th year and until it earns a level 1 rating. JFK has been in the level 2 or 3 range for the past 9 years. The Suffolk appeal states that JFK was poised to reach the level 1 benchmark, which is 75% in spring 2020 when state testing was canceled due to the pandemic. Their rate was 73.21% in 2019. For the 23-24 accreditation year, which was based on 22-23 data, the school earned a rate of approximately 67%. And since JFK has not yet reached the 75% benchmark, it earned a level 3 4-year performance level. The VDOE Appeals Committee agreed that the request was not a rare or unusual situation that met the intent of the appeal process. Committee members stated that the SOA contained regulations that are consistently applied to all public schools in the state so that the accreditation system evaluates schools equitably. There are many instances across the state where schools are similarly impacted by the level 3 4 years rating, and approving this appeal would set the precedent for many other appeals. In addition, while the division and school staff should be and are proud of the work they're doing with students to raise achievement in English, the pandemic did impact student performance across the state, and JFK's experience is not unique. These appeals will be brought before the board in October for a final review and a decision on whether the board approves or denies the appeals.
Thank you, Ms. Sipka. We will accept this for first review and see you in October.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to item H.
Good afternoon again, Madam President.
I am very excited to reintroduce and introduce for the public that's watching, Dr. Andy Armstrong, who was most recently in Goochland County. Dr. Armstrong, I don't know if you want to do I know this is a written report. Do you have a presentation or is this just written?
No, ma'am, I could just hit the highlights if you'd like.
Does
And
everybody
and
want
take
to
any
have that?
questions that anyone has. I know that Mr. Rotherham serves in this committee as well, so happy to hear your input too.
Please proceed.
And Mr. Hanson, yes. Highlights from the July 31st meeting include a presentation from Mr. Ramos, who is the executive director of the International Association of Lab Schools, who really provided some rich detail about lab schools internationally and nationally. It's just an effort for the standing committee to really get more education about what lab schools are, what the tenets of lab schools are as we continue our work. After that, we got an update from legal on a few items related to the application, and we spent the bulk of the time on the 31st, and mind you, this was my very first day on the job, discussing the James Madison University application. And we are still continuing to collaborate with JMU to ultimately have them back before the standing committee. And we have a robust agenda scheduled for October 2nd. And I anticipate that this board will see a few applications come to you all likely in November and December, pending the action of the standing committee between now and then. But those are really the highlights that we had from our meeting on the 31st. And our work continues and has been accelerated. Really, we have reviewed 5 applications since then with the subject area expert group here at VDOE. And we will be getting several of those applicants in front of the standing committee in the months ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Does anybody have anything handy? Do you or Mr. Hanson wish to add anything?
That was great. Just we're extremely grateful to Dr. Armstrong for his work. Also to I think I speak for the whole committee when I say that, and also for just the work that Ms. Udiska continues to do to drive us along. So that was a great summary and really do appreciate you leaning in on this the way you are. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else have questions? Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. We will accept your written report and see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item I. Dr. Hollins, would you like to introduce us to our special guest, please?
I would love that, President Creasy. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, President Creasy, Dr. Coons and board members. I'm Dr. Samantha Marsh Hollins, the Assistant Superintendent for Special Populations here at the Virginia Department of Education. As part of our work in special education and special ed student services, we are proud to staff the Virginia Board of Education State Special Education Advisory Committee. I'm joined today by Mr. Michael Willen, who is the chair of your State Special Education Advisory Committee, which we lovingly refer to as SEAC. With Michael's background and experience as a parent of a student with a disability, an educator, and in a military-connected family, he leads the work of the SEAC with an unwavering focus on our students with disabilities. And so I will cede to him and let him walk you through the work that they have conducted in your stead over the past year. Mr. Willen?
Thank you, Dr. Hollins. Thank you for having us here. Superintendent Coons, Madam President and board members, thank you. Yes, I'll run through this. We'll have it all on your annual report there. So I'll go through this and we'll take questions afterwards if you have any questions. For our last year for 2022-23, Special Advisory Committee, SEAC. The purpose of the SEAC is to promote the education of children with disabilities by providing advice and policy guidance based on input from citizens and constituent groups. The state SEAC is organized and functions in accordance with state and federal requirements. It represents various stakeholder groups as prescribed by the Individuals with Disabilities Act, or IDEA, and our year runs from July 1 to June 30. We have 5 subcommittees, 4 meetings per administrative year. We take time every meeting for public comment and constituency report themes. And during those times, we found that there were some of the common themes were provision of services for special ed students, management and oversight of independent hearing officers, the need for services for twice exceptional students, concerns related to the Virginia's procedural safeguards document, the effectiveness of Virginia's due process hearing dispute resolution option, reported concerns with the general provision of FAPE to students, reported lack of FAPE during the COVID pandemic, OCR findings regarding Fairfax County Public Schools not providing FAPE during the COVID pandemic, comments regarding school divisions asking parents to waive their students' rights to special education during the COVID pandemic. Our subcommittee discussions resulted in various topics and various presentations that were provided through the State Board of Education. We had topics on applied studies diploma versus standard diploma, VSOLs and the SOLs, transition and diploma options, bridging the diploma gap, incentives for teacher recruitment and retention, reviewing higher education matrices to ensure inclusive practices are embedded in all training, evaluating Virginia's due process procedures independently, priorities with special education and coordination with general education, requiring all schools to have designated IEP auditors and transition specialists, and considering expanding the statewide growth assessments for students with disabilities. Our commendations were many. The creation of a committee from VDOE to work on a campaign for creating a full-scale recruitment program and search for teachers using all modes of media and recruiting nationwide. Significant increase in on-site professional development and technical assistance to school divisions by VDOE staff. The continued support and funding for regional TTACs. Updated eligibility determination documents, technical assistance and guidance dedicated to student mental health and wellness, development of critical decision points, modules for administrators, development of modules for creating present high quality levels of performance summaries for use and development of students' IEPs, creation of websites using YouTube to connect with families, engagement of multiple stakeholders in the development and implementation of the new VAP and statewide dissemination of guidance, ODRAS collaboration with Project Hope Virginia in developing the intersection of McKinney, Vento, and IDEA document. The Department of Special Education and Student Services focus on the recruitment and retention of special education teachers, paraprofessionals, and school-based mental health staff. Informing school divisions of available CARES Act and American Rescue Plan funding, standards-based IEP technical assistance document, and training modules. Our recommendations to you all today are to revise the applied studies curriculum and diploma to include individualized pathways of tangible transition workplace skills that add value to potential community colleges and employers. Develop best practice training based on measurable outcomes to guide the school in implementing the applied studies diploma. reduce the caseload standards based on reasonable ratios and considering the amount of service minutes and case management. Add an additional pay scale stipend specifically for special education teachers based on case management. Increase competency regarding working with and teaching students with disabilities among all instructional staff to results-based professional development focused on in-person training and follow-up mentoring. Establish parent liaisons such as are available for Title I and Title III, or establish local regional special education ombuds positions. Train pre-K-12 teachers and administrators on the possible harmful effects of a restrictive setting and the benefits of inclusion. Consider allowing 5-year-olds with disabilities to be served in preschool programs if it is in the student's best interest. Develop an inclusion video with lived experience, lived expertise voice that includes the benefits of inclusive practices, potential disadvantages of restrictive settings, and expand state SEAC membership to include representation of military families, i.e. a parent school liaison, the exceptional family member program, their staff as well. And that completes our report. And we certainly really do appreciate all that you do on a regular basis to address the needs of some of our students that really have a hard time getting services many times. And we hope that we can continue to have that cap continuing in the future. Questions, comments? That was a lot to cover.
Any
This-
questions
in the
from
afternoon.
board members? Ms. Holton?
No questions, just thank you for your service and the CX service. We really value this every year.
Thank
So
you.
I guess this is a question. The last item where you're suggesting expansion of the CX, is that something we need to act on? To add the military family member, or is that something department can do?
Yeah, that's a great question, Ms. Holton. We have actually considered that expansion, and after a fruitful discussion with SEAC members, the department would consider it its honor to work on that and to expand it. The term expansion is used because federal law requires certain participants and members on state SEAC, but states have flexibility to speak to the unique populations. And obviously, as Mr. Willing can contest, the population of our military connected families in Virginia is important. And we've already entertained some interest on serving on these. So we'd love to work in partnership with the Office of the State Superintendent to move forward with that recommendation.
Dr. Northern?
Maybe a question for Dr. Coons. So the work that you are planning to do and are doing with Mr. Levinson and Pasternak, is that intersecting with the work of this committee, or how is that going to inform this work or not?
Yep, so Broad Swath, they have been interviewing a multitude of stakeholder groups. I was just thinking that we should probably make sure that they have this document and this reporting information, but I think Dr. Hollins talks to Dr. Pasternak and Dr. Levinson probably on a weekly basis at least. So it's closely coordinated. It will probably be a much more robust set of reports that they provide, but we can definitely incorporate these recommendations and pieces in that as well.
Okay. I mean, the one thing I just put out there, I have a draft of some of his latest work, Levinson's, and just the need for us to think differently about how we certify special education teachers, you know, in terms of the ones who have mild and moderate disabilities versus the ones that have severe and cognitive. And those are two completely different skill sets. And I think that one of the reasons we have a hard time recruiting teachers into special ed is because we make no distinction between all that broad level of disabilities. So I know that some states are seriously talking about how and why we need to do that and how that would actually help our shortage in that area.
Great point.
If I may, I'd just like a reminder that the Commonwealth of Virginia currently has a bifurcated licensing system for students with disabilities and the Teachers for Service special education teachers and case managers, focused on a general curriculum and then focused on adaptive curriculum, which is especially area for students with our most significant disabilities. But to Dr. Northern's point, that has definitely been a huge topic of conversation with many of the stakeholders we've engaged in. And so we look forward to seeing those recommendations and working with our partners in the Department of Teacher Ed and Licensure.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you both so much for your work. Thank you, Mr. Willard.
Thank
We
you so much.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Okay, and that ends our agenda. And so, Dr. Coons, I think you have some items for our discussion of current issues section.
I just want to reiterate some of the thanks that have happened over the past couple of days. Dr. Rayleigh and I are very blessed to coordinate a lot of work right now, and just want to give a couple of very targeted shout outs. The data work this year, we had more appeals, more retakes, more pieces from our school divisions, and the amount of time that our data team, under the direction of Dr. Myers has done a significant amount of work to make sure we had the most up-to-date data, the most concrete and correct data possible for our data release. So a huge shout out to them and their coordination with the accountability team. I think several times today we've heard from Amy Sipka or talked with Shelley Loving Ryder or talked with Katie Carroll, and Dr. Carroll's work and being new to the agency and coordinating that work has just been simply outstanding. Really appreciate both of them to get us where we are. Dr. Sorensen got to present today a little bit on mathematics, but that was a major undertaking. Very proud of the work over the summer, the stakeholders' feedback and the ongoing work in mathematics. And we are excited to work side by side with 24 amazing educators across the Commonwealth who are really dedicating a great deal of additional time to help guide our work and support that. So I want to thank them. Want to give a huge shout out to the licensure team. They have worked very hard to think intentionally about revisioning our licensure system and launching a new licensure system in October. But most importantly, they're still processing 200 plus licenses a day. They have changed the way they do that. They have put an intentional focus. They have put like a wins board because they know that when they process those licenses, those are more highly qualified teachers. They are also working very closely with Doli to launch a Grow Your Own program. We will be in Southwest Virginia tomorrow talking with our superintendents, our community colleges, and our colleges in that area to really intentionally think about solving some of the challenges in rural Southwest Virginia around licensure. So very excited to launch some of that work and talk with some of our school divisions who are very excited to think about growing their own teachers in their own communities, and those who might not have the finances to go through a traditional teacher program and being able to lean into the apprenticeship work, have over 2,000 clinical hours and get paid to do those clinical hours at the same time, making it a no cost, low cost way to become a teacher. Really excited to stand up the parent engagement office this month. We have Dr. Melissa Rickey, who's a former principal from Richmond Public Schools, leading our work and really supporting our families. I know there was a lot of conversation around how we bring our families along in the data work and the engagement and the importance of attendance. So that office is going to be absolutely crucial to us. Very excited about that work. And the All in Virginia website went up today at lunchtime, and there are a lot of parent resources on that website. The playbook is on that website. There is also a portal for volunteers. So if you are interested in tutoring in your area or in your region, please go to the All In website on the Virginia DOE website, because there's opportunities for you and your organization to help lean in and be all in and tutor our students. So we're very excited about that. Also want to mention that we are ongoing partnering with Delegate Coiner in the work around early childhood and thinking about the sustainability around our early childhood work. And we'll have a 4th commission meeting upcoming. And then last but not least, our finance team is working really hard. Thankful to the General Assembly for passing a budget last week and for the governor for signing that budget this morning while we were in session. But that is a lot of work for Kent Dickey and his finance team. They are working very hard to allocate the additional 2% raise that the General Assembly chose. That's an all-in 12% raise for educators and record investments in our educational system. They also increased the cap, but most importantly, they put $418 million to our school divisions to support the high intensity tutoring, the literacy work, and the kinds of things we've been talking about over the past couple of days. So just want to say a huge thank you to the team and the staff, because they are really pushing hard to make sure things are ready for children and that we can support the educators and the systems across the Commonwealth. But also want to say a huge thank you to the General Assembly for giving the additional funds to support our school division at a time that we really need those funds. So thank you very much.
Any other comments before we close the meeting?
So, Madam President, I had mentioned to you and a number of our colleagues earlier and to Dr. Coons that I hoped we might have a preliminary discussion today, recognizing that we've worked hard already today, but we're still done relatively early compared to where we've been recently anyway. If we could spend even 15 minutes or so talking about the standards of quality recommendations, I wonder if that would help. I'm very concerned that we're not going to be able to get to a quality product by the November meeting, which is the statutory requirement, as I understand it. And that we haven't really had any board discussion. And if we had an opportunity to review, for instance, the existing SOQ prescriptions as a starting point and hear whether there are things people want the department to develop recommendations on in addition to that, or want more information about any of those. For instance, do we have enough energy? I recognize we may not, but if we have enough energy left to have a preliminary conversation today, that might help facilitate getting this work done in timely fashion so that it can help the governor and the General Assembly figure out where they go on resources for schools.
So I did have a conversation with staff about their preparedness to engage in a conversation like this, and they are prepared. They've been directed to work towards that end for next month's meeting. So they have a product in process for our consideration next month. And I would really like to defer to that since we don't have a structural piece of anything in front of us to work from. Unless anybody else would like to jump in on it. Yes.
So I wonder, and this may not be possible, so I'll just ask Superintendent Coons. In general, you know, the board book is always impressively compiled and very well done. Is this an area in this one particular piece of preliminary work and thoughts, materials, presentations, whatever about SOQ that could be posted somehow earlier? If that, I think that could help us in that regard.
We'd be happy. We send you weekly emails with reading and documents. We'd be happy to send some things for you to review and think about in the weekly emails, if that would be helpful.
And maybe I might not rise to Soup's memo level, but some sort of public communication so that that there's an opportunity for people to think and digest on that. Because I already know, looking at the JLARC recommendations, lots of divisions, divisions in part of the state are slicing and dicing that differently.
Sure.
And so I think giving them a chance to look at the SOQ piece would be helpful.
We'd be happy to put a survey together and put that out through the superintendent's newsletter to be able to glean feedback for you for the October meeting, if that would be helpful.
Helpful for me, but I don't want to be doing.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
And I think we have gotten some feedback from different organizations, but they've been spread out over the course of the year. So maybe they could compile.
We'd be
some of that
happy to
for us.
reach out to the organizations as well with the same survey to make sure that you get organizational data as well.
And then the other thing is just to get the existing, and this we could do right now, just send it's on the DOE website. We could just send the link for everybody to read the existing prescriptions, some of which they were the ones that were adopted in 2021 are the existing ones. This is
I would be remiss to say that Jim is not a superhero and done amazing things for us as usual.
Absolutely.
Under the direction of Melissa, but we will make sure that we can get you the existing resources and bubble those up to you.
Right, but I'm talking specifically about the ones we adopted 2 years ago as a starting point. And then we can hear in October, some of those have already been acted upon in part, but many of them have not. And so for everybody to review the existing ones as a starting point, do we want to affirm those or not? And then what do we want to add or adapt? And two in particular, I would flag for everybody is one is the literacy, the reading specialists. And Dr. Coons and I've had a conversation about this. I am told that the General Assembly in its wisdom did not fully fund the Literacy Act requirements as part of its SOQ this year. There is money in the flexible one-time money that we're hoping local divisions will allocate to it, but that's not the same as being funded for the longer haul. And so I'm hoping that we will in our wisdom have an SOQ recommendation that specifically focuses on that. And there is a reading specialist estimate in here that may or may not be the same as what's required for the Literacy Act, but I'm hoping that's something the staff could address. And then the other specific one that I would appreciate more input from the staff on is I'm told that our existing 2021 at-risk add-on data is our existing recommendation about the at-risk add-on fund is outdated and needs updating, and the stakeholder community, I think, could help us understand. But there was something about the JLARC report essentially that makes that outdated. So we need to do a revised. I would ask the department to come to us with some revised language about at-risk add-on.
So just Madam President, having Dr. Solari and Dr. Sorensen have offered to give updates on the Literacy Act and some of those things. So I'm happy to have them come back in October and speak to that. And then is there anything in addition you'd like to have presentation wise in October, including specifically around the SOQs?
Right off the top of my head, I'm processing too many things. Is there anything else?
Well, one thing that might be helpful, if we already had a presentation about the JLARC report? We said we were going to do that at some point. I've gone through the slides on the JLARC website, but that significantly speaks to the SOQs. Would that be helpful?
Thought we had a presentation on that.
I don't.
Did
know
we
that
not?
have.
Backing up one step, Madam President.
Yes.
On, I think SOQ, what's been acted on is important. Like, I'm a little confused on what's been acted on, not at all, in part, in whole.
So-
We could get, like, in addition to getting the current version, just some, I don't want, and I know, Mr. Chapman's super busy. I don't want to add to that, but just a simple crosswalk to like the status of those things, because I'm not sure I'm completely up to speed on the status of each of those items.
Mr. Chapman, can you inform us of the progress you all are making in that regard, please?
Yeah. Right now?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
I think no.
I was thinking
Super-
later, but this is.
Assistant
I mean,
Superintendent.
just generally, I want them to speak to sort of what they have coming for October so that we're aware of that.
Sure.
Just in general.
While we're waiting for Assistant Superintendent Melissa Velasquez, who is of course my supervisor, to update from the policy standpoint, since she's over the policy office, I will note that on the SharePoint site, currently under the board meeting documents, there's another folder for board meeting documents where we have compiled historical information on the SOQ. That was in anticipation of the board retreat back in July. So some of that data, all of the SOQ prescriptions that have taken place, Ms. Velasquez and her team in the policy office did compile those. It's from, I think that goes from like 2002 up to 2014. And then part of her presentation that's in the July folders does include the current prescriptions. So that was presented as part of the retreat, but other than that, no.
President Creasy, Vice President, Superintendent Coons. Based on the previous discussion at the retreat and in consultation with Dr. Coons, we have been putting together the current prescriptions for you for an October presentation and how the ones that have remained unfulfilled, if there were others that were fulfilled either through administrative action, through federal action. So we've been putting that presentation together. We were just doing that at the direction to go forward in October to bring to you. And as Jim did say, we did have that kind of chart in your presentation for the July retreat. I know it's been, things run together and things have been a while back. So, but that is in the SharePoint.
It may have been one of those things that was at the end of the day when we were all a little on our last legs. But may I ask, when we hear it again in October, can you incorporate, if we don't have a separate?
Can she finish? Is
I'm
that okay?
sorry.
No, I mean,
But she had, I'm
no,
sorry.
I was, but I do think that we will incorporate a crosswalk if that's the desire. And certainly Dr. Coons can give us the direction that in terms of what she thinks needs to be brought in completion of recommendations, and we will have a thorough report and presentation ready for you in October.
Thank you, Melissa.
If I may, if we don't have a separate presentation on the JLARC report, could we ask staff to incorporate into their report the JLARC recommendations as to the extent they are relevant to the SOQs, so we know what they are as a basis for our deliberations?
Madam, we will note that. Dr. Northern?
Yeah, and on that same note, I'm happy to send this link to Jim, and there's I talked to Ann about this earlier. There was a Hunt Legislators Retreat. You know, they host these retreats for each state, and they actually, Urban Institute read a report, and I don't know whether any of us know, it's called School District Funding in Virginia. And it might be a good idea. I've not read it yet, but if we're trying to get up to speed with funding issues in Virginia, we might pair this with the JLARC report and see where they sort of coincide or not, and discuss both.
And I certainly always defer to Kent Dickey on the funding.
Yes.
I will never be in comparison to him, so I won't even try.
Thank you.
We'll definitely incorporate that.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else anyone has?
to give a thank you. It was only 2 months ago, you asked us, what did we want to see in terms of an accountability framework? And we quickly turned that around to you. Would you please bring us a straw man? And I think the people you brought to bear on this process and the tremendous work that's been done really helped us accelerate where we are. And so I think we've had to go fast so that now we can slow down and go slow through the NORA process. But what you and your team and your consultants been able to do in the last 2 months, I think is really impressive. Not minimizing the work that's left to be done, but I just to do that much that quick at that quality level is appreciated.
Madam President. I
Ms.
wanted to
Kilgore?
echo that. I've said this morning and I said last night, I have been so impressed with every person that's come for us to make a presentation on your behalf and on the department's behalf. I've been so impressed. And I want to thank all of y'all for your hard work thus far and expediting some of the wishes we've had in the past 2 months and to get to where we are. I commend all of you and thank you for your hard work.
Mr. Rotherham?
I just like to pick up on that before we adjourn. Like, we've had some fulsome discussions. I think that's really important. And I think like this board in its current form, like the level of depth on some of these issues, like Amber walking through the research, that was just phenomenal. That like, and so the people who have been willing to step up and people who have long tenures of service, like Ms. Holton. And I think that is an absolutely, excuse me, tremendous thing. And I just wanted to call that out because, and to point out, look, if the problems we were trying to solve were simple, like they would have been solved long before we were on the scene, right? And so these are difficult problems and we're not always going to agree. And I think that's actually healthy. Too much disagreement isn't good, but too much agreement is often not good either. And I just wanted to just name, I think like the level of the conversations we're having and the care around them and so forth is remarkable. It's unfortunate, I think, that people come for public comment and then think that's the action and then they leave. And that's actually completely inverted in terms of how the actual work, the work flows. And so like, we're going to continue to have challenging conversations, but I'm extremely excited about the board, the composition and the direction we're going.
Thank you. Anyone else? I thank you all for your commitment and collaboration as we work for the students and families of Virginia. So thank you so much. And I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And we are adjourned.
I know.